Welcome to ThornBridge X Unfiltered. Tonight we're discussing the white van in Nancy's neighborhood. Let's get started. Good evening, everyone. I'm so glad you're here. And tonight we're going to be discussing the white van that was seen in Nancy's neighborhood. I had a lot of people send me some interesting things that they wanted me to talk about, and this seemed to be a popular subject. But before we get into that, I want to also address, I had several emails, comments about last night. So I want to thank Patriot Pride for having me over on their panel. I think it was really neat that somebody thinks that what I have to say is worth listening to. So I want to thank Adam and Mike for having me, and Juice and Alex and Richard. And I really had a lot of emails that came in today asking how I felt about last night's discussion. And I think it's important that I address it a little bit. I had to kind of, I guess, get off live and kind of digest it a little bit. It was a lot of information. A lot of it was above my pay grade, with understanding codes and all those kind of things. Having said that, I feel like a lot of us feel, whether we go in our chat or other people's chats, that so many people have theories, and some of them aren't just teeter-tottering with those ideas and those theories. Some people have very strong convictions about how they feel this case is going, who they think did it, and is responsible for Nancy's disappearance. And one of those is Richard. Richard feels like it's his family that's involved. Along those same lines, I think that there's people that feel, I've heard theories of the Clintons are involved. I've heard theories that the sheriff's department's involved. So I tend to, and I know this sounds probably not sensitive, but whether it's a relationship that has gone south, or a piece of jewelry that I've lost, or a major document that I start to panic and start to spiral on, I'm trying to use an analogy that I could kind of get in touch with you guys and you could understand what I'm trying to say. I feel like when those situations happen, my emotions start spiraling, and I have to just take it down a notch, take a deep breath, and really think about the facts. And then I can make big decisions, and with a case like this, I'm not a psychoanalyst. I'm not a psychologist. I'm definitely not a detective, armchair at best. And I think for me, I have to compartmentalize everything. So I really like looking at facts, which is why when you join us here, you see me bring out a lot of graphics or maps, because I like to deal with the things that we've been told by the professionals, that they believe are happening with this case. Now, having said that, I love hearing everybody's theories. I love hearing everybody's ideas and thoughts on the case. And last night, I enjoyed hearing, I enjoyed hearing what Richard's perspective on it was. However, I haven't heard Pima County or the FBI say that his family's being investigated. What I do know is that we've had 5 people that have been investigated, talked to, and those people, only 2 of them out of those 5 have been said to be cleared, and only by the Pima County Sheriff's Department, not by the FBI. And even the other people that were detained, there was a video of one of the attorneys saying they said that they've been cleared, what was it, to a point?
Yeah, they never fully clear anybody, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess until somebody's arrested. So again, I want to thank them for having me on last night. I really enjoyed, being on a panel like that. It was it made me feel really great to see all of you there too. And let's get started on the van. So I had an email that came in and said, have you really done a deep dive into the white van? So I remembered hearing about it, and it was actually Brett McIntyre. He was the neighbor of Nancy's that lived across the street, and he was the first one to report it. And apparently that van had been seen not once, but multiple times, at least 2 times. And there's been different descriptions of the van, but I have a graphic that we can pull up too, because you know I love my graphics. So this is what has been verified. And then there's the not officially confirmed category. So this is where I have to get out my readers, because no matter how big I make that graphic, I still have to see it. So the neighbors reported an unmarked full-size white van parked on the street days before Nancy disappeared. Nancy had asked neighbors for recommendations on outdoor security cameras before the disappearance, and the FBI released video showing an armed, masked individual tampering with her front door camera on January 31st, 2026. And the reason I put those in the verified and reported is because law enforcement had been asking any neighbors, do you have any videos that show any suspicious vehicles? And there were some details on this that I couldn't verify, like Nancy had talked to that individual at one point and had been asking questions on why that person was taking photos of her home. I could not find that anywhere. So if anybody has that information, please send it over to our tips email. It's tips@tbxunfiltered.com. We would love to see it. The unofficial things too was no official law enforcement report says that Nancy personally confronted that person in the vehicle. No official agency has publicly identified a white box truck as a vehicle of interest, but we all know that. This no vehicle of interest has been driving me bananas. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's the same thing over and over. It's when we ask the questions to the people you would normally ask them to, you get information that gives you more questions. So the white van theory, there are some people that, I mean, that you'd think they'd know, even other neighbors. And Mr. McIntyre, it was the gentleman, right? Mr.
Right.
McIntyre across the street. He is sure he saw a van, but then did you get a picture and license number? No, I mean, that rarely does that happen. Why would you do that randomly?
Yeah.
Do you know what day it was? No. I mean, it's kind of like, well, does that really mean anything? But then you have information that says that she was seen interacting with this person in the van and questioning what they were taking pictures of her house for. Then is that just people making it up, And there's no way to really verify it thoroughly. So it's worth talking about, though, because maybe somebody does have information on it. We couldn't find, 100% for sure, but nothing really is with this case. So kind of getting used to it.
Well, that doesn't mean it's not out there. So if anybody has it and it's verified information, I would love to see it. I also know that there's people that hear things through the grapevine and then it snowballs and it's the old telephone game. And sometimes it snowballs into something that doesn't even look like the original statement. So,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, we're all guilty of it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with sharing information that you've heard. I just think it's nice to keep it very clean and I guess verified. So in this case, I still wanted to look into it. And what I did find interesting, and I'll show that in a minute, is a white box truck / van combination has been mentioned multiple times. And it actually came up in one of the people that were detained. So I thought that was interesting. And some of you may already know that. I just wanted to bring it up again and kind of revisit that. Also, on the chat, we want to be able to interact with you. So if you can put a Q, if you have a question for us, and we'll look at it at the end. It's really difficult for me to focus on the chat and then focus on the topics. And I want to hear what everybody has to say. So we'll take some time in between and
yeah, and don't be shy if you have a really good question. They're all really good, but to put it in there 2, 3, 4, 5 times if we haven't seen it, because we're watching the scroll go to the left of the camera. And if it gets to the top, I'll scroll and look for it. But sometimes I'm like, oh, what is it really? I can't find it again. So if it's a decent question and you're frustrated, just put it in there a few times. I'll eventually see it and we'll address it for sure. But we're not ignoring anybody. It's just, I think we had almost 300 people in here, and I've noticed that this chat, 300 people, that's very active. They're very active with their chat. I've been on some other channels. They have, 15, 20,000 subscribers and 800 on a show, and the chat's barely doing anything.
That's true.
So we're very blessed and humbled by everyone's interactions. We love it. So if we didn't get to something last show, put it on here again, and
absolutely
put it on there 20 times. I'll eventually, I'm, not that hard at it. I'll see it before then, but
yeah, he has contacts and I don't.
Yeah, and they're so the multifocals. If anybody knows what that is, that's a blast.
Oh my gosh, yes. So the next graphic I have, I think we can pull that one up.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
So these were some of the theories that were surrounding the van. I mean, for obvious reasons. I mean, at least for me, growing up in the 70s and 80s, it was always the creepy white van. I mean, that was the stranger danger, So I don't think, especially if it's unmarked, not well labeled, and somebody that feels creepy and it's not obviously a service vehicle, I feel like that's definitely something that needs to be looked into. And I do find it, again, I know I probably repeat myself, but I don't understand why we do not have a vehicle of interest. My only assumption is that maybe they already know and they don't need our help. It just feels very odd that that hasn't been part of the public information that's been coming out, whether it's a PIO or press conferences or even just online. Like, keep an eye out for this. Does that feel weird to you?
Yeah, very. I mean, it keeps getting more and more like, to me, that there's a possibility that they actually already have the answer, and this is all a ruse just to make sure they don't, I don't know, give us information, or the person that did it, well, they don't want them to know that they're still working on it, I guess, maybe, I don't know. But Jennifer found some really interesting things on going back almost like to the beginning again, with some certain people or certain person, I guess we'll focus on tonight. It's like the more, and I suggest everybody do that, is just, I think after the first month, we're all kind of like so hungry for something new. And then a little blurb comes out in the news and we spend 4 episodes on it and it's really kind of nothing. And you go back to the beginning, that's kind of the meat of the case, is the first 2-3 weeks, really the first 2-3 days. But there were some things that came out that they kind of got brushed aside. And now you relook at them now. And that's what I suggest everyone does is go back, look at the news from the first few days, first few weeks, and you're going to go, wait, that still kind of seems like that has something to do with it.
Right.
You did that today, and I was going, oh my gosh, that is for sure something.
I guess I think of myself as a zigzag thinker. It's like if something doesn't make sense, then I have to go back and start over and wait a minute. It's kind of like the retracing your steps, following the breadcrumbs. There's small details that sometimes seem so insignificant and then they end up meaning something. So I really appreciate the people that sent comments and were like, will you refocus on the van? Because I kind of brushed it to the side because I thought, it was probably a painter we've had contractors that have showed up with no, identifying marks on the vehicle that says the name of their company or anything like that. And
they usually is a painter
and they look old and beat up and barely moving. But because of the timing of it, because of the fact that a neighbor felt like it was significant and out of place, and because of this person sending me the comment, I thought, let me look into it. So, do you mind putting that other graphic back up again? So these were some of the theories, and it was, that it was either stalking or surveillance. And for those that are listening, I'm reading the graphic that I have on the white van theories, what the online community is suggesting about what the possibilities and potentials are for what this white van was. Online users have theorized that it may have been used to scope out the area. There's also a theory and speculation that official law enforcement, has been looking into it. But that theory, all of these theories are speculation. It's not official law enforcement conclusion. So the other one is the Circle K on Oracle Road. And if some of you remember, that was a point of interest for law enforcement. They showed up there, asked for video from inside the store. And I believe it was JLR that was actually on site and saw them or was right there right after. So multiple online threads claim that a similar van may have appeared on camera at that Circle K in Oracle Road. The vehicle identity and connection to the case remain unverified. I couldn't find anything that said that the Circle K came out with a statement that it had been there. So it's just something kind of interesting. The other thing was sighting reports. A heavily downvoted community thread described older full-size white van spotted south of Tucson. I don't know that that's suspicious. I feel like white vans are popular with anybody that's in construction or hauling or, but
Murdering.
Murdering. But I do think it's important that we bring it up. So the other thing is users discuss submitting those sightings to the FBI tip line. And as we discussed on our last show, the question that Glenn and I discuss is, have they heard it? Have they heard any of those tips? Have they gotten to the bottom of the pile? No public confirmation links the reports to the Nancy case. So the key takeaways are this white van ideas are online theories. They're not confirmed findings beyond the sighting by the actual neighbor. That's where we're at. So I found, I think it's something that I hope they're looking into. And I hope that maybe they found like additional video proof of it from some of the neighbors. There's so much humidity here in the Ozarks that my hair has been like ginormous. So I apologize for pushing it back. It keeps flopping in my face.
And was that thunder?
No.
Oh.
That wasn't thunder. I think they're watching a movie.
Oh, sorry.
So the next graphic, or what do I have next?
It's
in the lineup.
It's the individuals.
Okay, so these are the individuals of interest. And these are the people that have been discussed by Pima County Sheriff, the FBI. These are the persons, I wouldn't say even of interest. They have just been individuals that have been questioned. So I think, it's in the title, folks. So we have Carlos Palazuelos, which what was interesting is I went back and rewatched some of his videos, and I have some of them here tonight. I found it very interesting when I went back over Carlos and Luke that the interesting thing about their particular, I guess, detainments was that I guess I was really naive. I thought that if they pulled you over and they had to do a search or they go to your home, that they had to present the warrant. Like, I guess that's where
we see a lot of that kind of stuff on TV. I think with probable cause, they can kind of do whatever they need.
I guess maybe I'm stuck in Hawaii 5-0 or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have to present the warrant to go in.
Call Brian. We'll find out.
Call Brian. I felt kind of naive because when I listened to both of their accounts of what happened that night, both of them said the exact same thing, is that they were asking for warrants or their family members were asking for warrants, and they said they'll be shown later. Their attorneys also said that they asked for a copy of the warrants and they are sealed. So to this day, they are sealed and they're part of the investigation. And they are
because it would release the reason or the cause for why they were looking at them. Because a few of these people, they asked the question, why are you looking at me? And they were saying one of them said that they told him that they got a tip or whatever, which you'll see later. But what does that mean? Like,
well, both of them said that apparently both of them said that they apparently look like the porch guy. His eyes look the same.
Gotta be more.
Well, to your point, that if the warrants are sealed, which we've all been told that, whether I don't care what chat you're in, they're sealed.
So she's got an important date there, Jen.
Oh,
Oh, Big City Dan was talking about a truck today. We'll have to go back and watch that.
oh, have a good date.
Say the name right this time.
So, yes,
Danielle.
Danielle, not Danny Dog. Danielle, thank you so much for stopping by. You'll have to be on the replay crew. So, thank you so much. I definitely think some of this information is interesting. So, back to the warrants.
Mhm.
Is your opinion, which I feel like maybe this is a duh, but my thought is if they're released and it wasn't them and they're no longer a person of interest and they're let go, then
What's
the
the
question,
harm, right?
what's the
in
harm?
that?
But is your thought that there's something specific to the investigation, whether it's them or another person that they may
I
have
think,
put into?
you know what I think? I think it's the method or the technology that let them know that that's the person they want to talk to. And if they release the warrant, then they're going to have to let everybody know the reason we wanted to, get a warrant and talk to this person was because of, I don't know, phone cell data, somebody that's part of this investigation that we don't know about yet, or something. It's just something or somebody they don't want us to know.
That's what I was getting at. So you think it's very specific to this case. It's not, it's very identifying. So if they put
Why
it,
else would it be? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing I could come up with too, is that maybe it was extremely identifying. So if they released it, then that would be one of their aces in the hole, so to speak. I don't know. The other thing is, and I did have a couple people ask about the MG motor. So some of you already know it was on the license plate cover of Luke Daly's vehicle that he had, which was the Range Rover. Now, what was interesting about it is that when I looked up the owners, which it came up a couple times, I was watching another chat. It was Clutch My Pearls, Justin. Love Justin's channel. So Justin said on there, I was talking about in specifically Luke Daly, the Range Rover, MG Motors, and it just so happened that the individual that people were linking to that and thinking that he was somehow another person of potential interest in this was Zach. And he's like, I've been out of the country for years. Like, it's not me. And he actually came on Justin's channel and he actually talked about it and said that, no, I worked there, but my friends own it. So they own MG Motors. And apparently there was a comment on their Facebook page, something to that effect, that was Zach's. And that's how people started linking him. So I did another deep dive into MG Motors and his friends that own it. And I did find it interesting. You know, I know people have a past and it doesn't mean that they can't change. But Grugan Arakelov, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. His father, I believe, is one of the co-owners with Muhammad Lulu. And if I got it wrong, then I apologize. This is allegedly, this is what I could find online that coincided with this. What's interesting is that Gergen Arakolov was actually arrested in November 2008 and was part of a very large crime spree that I don't know if you heard me discuss it last night, but it was a Russian mafia gang. And there were at least 4 individuals, possibly more. I don't have that graphic in front of me. I actually made a graphic on it. And he was arrested in part for, I guess it was illegal vodka. But the rest of the group that was involved had actually gone in one neighborhood in Phoenix and had stolen over $600,000 worth of property, from watches, jewelry, purses. And the interesting thing is, a lot of the members of this particular mafia also owned pawn shops. I thought that was interesting. And jewelry stores. So basically, they were laundering the goods, for lack of a better, I'm not a detective, I don't know what they normally would call that, through those pawn shops and jewelry stores and get the money. So they were selling them to themselves, and it was just this whole ring of a mess. And it just so happens that Gergen was part of that. So part of that group, which I found kind of interesting because I also heard, and this is not proven, I don't have any documents to prove this as well. So this is somebody else's theory, that they heard that Luke's mom paid for that vehicle with a check, cash, and that she was somehow friends with the owners. Again, I can't verify this. If anybody can verify it, I would love to see that. I just wanted to put that up there because it was just kind of interesting that one of the members was involved in a burglary ring. But again, nobody was abducted, nobody was kidnapped, and nobody was
Yeah,
ended.
that seems like a totally different deal for sure. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not the same MO or whatever they would call it, because they were after money, and
Right.
that's what they got, and they didn't hurt anybody. Well, I mean, they didn't kill anybody anyway.
Well, nobody was hurt. These homes were not occupied. I did feel like it was relevant because it keeps coming up that what if this was, you know, a burglary gone wrong? Again, I keep going back to, we do have proof that's now been scrubbed, but Google came out and said that that still video was from earlier in January. So we now know that her place was cased.
Do you remember
Oh,
do you guys remember those odd handwritten signs that were put up at the entrances to Nancy's?
yes. Dad Gone Live has a video of old truck leaving the area. Kind of
So
like,
we've seen like 5 or 6 in the chat, people going, yeah, so-and-so, JLR, Big City Dan, all these people talking about, oh, they saw a white van. They had a white van, story also. I mean, white vans are pretty common, I guess, but still, it's like,
it doesn't make it any less creepy.
well, I mean, her body or
Or
she was taken. We know that. I mean, a van would make sense when you've got a couple of people and you're taking somebody else. It wasn't some, Kia, something small. I can't think of a small car.
Well,
Fiat.
we did have on video, and apparently they have said that that car is not of interest because the timing didn't line up. But I thought that it was so widely circulated because the timing did line up, and that was that white Kia Soul.
Yeah, I think there was 2. There was one of an hour later or something, but they were both like, one's a paper boy or something.
Oh,
They figured something out. But again,
speeding through the neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't know. It's 2:30 in the morning. Paper, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I read a little something yesterday that those were not being looked at anymore. And when they came out and said that, it's like they want us to not focus on that anymore. And I think that is like, don't waste your time kind of a thing, because they had an inkling that they were involved. I would imagine they would want us to still see if we could figure out who those were. Yeah.
That's the hope and dream, that
Yeah.
they use the public and give us some, freaking things to go on and figure this out.
One would think.
So now back to Carlos. I kind of went down that rabbit hole because I noticed something in one of the videos, and I could not find that video to save my life, but I did find proof in the Google Photos. So one of the videos, I believe his mother, I don't think it was him. I believe it was his mother that said that they were interested in the white van on his property. And she said, I don't know why. It hasn't worked for a long time. And I don't know what a long time is. A few days, a few years.
Yeah.
I mean, a long time is relative.
Yeah, very relative to what? I mean,
yeah. If your work vehicle had been down for 2 days, wouldn't you
you'd be in trouble.
You'd feel like that was a long time, especially if that was your main vehicle. But do you mind showing that?
Which one?
I have the photos of, or the videos. Let's go ahead and.
We have 2 videos of Carlos P.
Now, the videos with Carlos, I just wanted to revisit that because, again, these were people that were detained for a reason. They had warrants for a reason. And I'm pretty sure that it goes beyond what both of them have said, which is that somebody thought I look like him. I'm not sure that you can get a warrant just because somebody thinks you look like them. And didn't Brian say something like that too? Like there has to be
probably
a little bit more than.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think it would depend on, this was back when they thought that she may still be alive and time is of the essence.
Right.
I don't think that's the case now, but when time's of the essence and there's life involved, I think they can break in your house and do what they need to do and apologize later. Apparently they didn't even apologize though. But yeah, Carlos P. and the first video. But by the way, we are in no way accusing any of these people of anything. We're just bringing up the facts for people to decide on their own. And yeah,
these are the only people that we have that have been shown as persons of interest, and yet they were detained and let go. But the attorney, which you will hear in one of these videos, had a very interesting line in there, which I had not heard. And this was a local news station interview that I happened to find, because the national ones that I heard did not say that. It was, they were detained and released. That was the extent of it. And we need to, let that go. And the attorneys are trying to get a copy of the warrants. That was the last thing I heard. So I just wanted to revisit these videos with his interviews and remind you that both of them, I don't have any of Luke tonight, but both of them have said that they were told that it was because they looked like the guy. So here we are.
But real quick, hey Sikorsky, we've been
hi.
watching you yesterday and finished it today, I think.
Loved your live. You need to do more of those.
Yeah, and you'll see there's a little link in the chat there. You got to go check out Sikorsky. It's pretty cool. So yeah, here's the video clip one. This is the one where he's kind of across his gate fence from his home. Well, let's see this real quick.
Carlos, were you someone called and tipped them about you.
Carlos, were you frightened? ¿Cómo me voy a sentir? ¿Cómo se sintiera usted? ¿Cómo se sintieran ustedes? How would you guys feel?
Hoy vas a ir a trabajar.
No puedo. ¿Cómo voy a ir a trabajar? Me quitaron el teléfono.
They didn't read you your rights for 2 hours?
Yeah.
Did they hurt you when they handcuffed you?
Well, right now it's not that bad, but yeah, yesterday, look, they did that right there. And then this was swollen.
Notice the tattoos.
Look, that's it. Not much.
And also you can look at his eyes.
Why they pulled you over? Did they tell you?
Not at the beginning, until the FBI got there, like 2 hours. They told me, like, you're being detained, and all of a sudden the FBI pulled out the Miranda rights.
The mustache.
Miranda rights, and that's when I asked, so I'm being arrested.
It's kind of interesting.
No, we're just reading your Miranda rights so we can ask you some questions. What kind of questions? It's about a kidnapping. What the fuck? I didn't kidnap no one. Yeah. So I started asking my name and all that, but all of a sudden I felt like they were trying to incriminate me in something I didn't do, so I just beat the fifth.
Yeah. Did they say they're coming back or anything?
No.
¿Te gustaría que te dieran una disculpa?
La verdad, ni los quiero ver.
What I'm wondering is, they had to have had, I know you before this entire situation happened, you didn't know there was a kidnapping. You had no idea
I didn't know anything.
There's an 84-year-old woman missing up in the Tucson area. There had to maybe been something they told you as to how they got to you. How did they get to the real Rico area?
An anonymous tip. That's what they said.
But they thought you looked like that person in the
That's what they told my mother-in-law. Okay. They showed her a video. Yeah, because they said that my eyes and my eyelashes looked the same.
And just to be clear, they did not break the back windows of your truck.
No, they did not.
But they did search it.
Yeah, they searched my truck and this one.
And and what were you doing? Do you just solely work for that one company?
Yes, sir.
¿Tú has visto el video del sospechoso? ¿Tú crees que te pareces?
No.
Did they say you're cleared?
Yeah, they just said I'm cleared, but they didn't reply.
¿Algún mensaje que tengas para la familia Guthrie?
Que ojalá que la encuentren, que esté bien y que agarren al sospechoso para que me aclaren a mí.
Just letting this run for a while so you can kind of get his mannerisms and
when it comes to your
glove
future,
hands.
Obviously now that you've been
look, he was detained and released. But it was interesting to me that
going back in public after that.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, he said it was an anonymous tip, and somebody said that he looked like him. And
and all of a sudden I saw Miranda cop following us, and I went to Santa Cruz County. What's Miranda doing down here? Yeah. So I pulled over. Instead of them pulling me over, I pulled over. I got out the car, and
they had guns drawn. Yeah. And did they tell you why they pulled you over?
No, they didn't pull me over.
Did they tell you why the guns were drawn?
No.
And you're thinking, oh my God, what's going on?
Yeah, I thought to myself, like, what's going on? And a lot of thoughts came into my head, and I waited for like 2 hours for somebody, or 2 to 3 hours for somebody to tell me what's going on.
Did they put you in the car right away, there?
Right away.
And did they bring you back here?
No, they kept me in the car.
So, and they later searched your house while you were not here at the time?
No warrants, no anything. They just came in and boom, broke the door.
Were you able to tell your family what was about to happen? Warn them or anything?
So you couldn't warn your family at all? And
How could I warn them if I don't even know what's going on?
They took your phone and they still have your phone?
Yeah.
And they haven't told you how you're going to get it back?
Do you feel you're owed an apology?
Yeah. Something I didn't do, yeah. Especially the way they acted. I mean, I know it's their job to do what they're doing, but to an innocent man, wow. And they didn't leave. Ahí le traigo su teléfono, ¿eh?
I left that on so you could see his walk and run, I guess. And he comes back
Any
out.
chance you have the first page of that search warrant they handed you?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, but I don't want to bring it out.
You want to bring it out? Okay.
So he has a copy of the search warrant, but he doesn't want us to see it.
No, he only has like the first page. So the attorney asked for a copy of it, and that's in the other interview that you'll see. But I did think it was interesting that it was an anonymous tip. The other thing that was interesting, and again, this person's he was detained and let go. And the interesting part of that part of being let go will be revealed in just a second. But I did find it interesting that he was in Rio Rico. He said that he saw Marana police following him, which he went, I mean, he kind of got flipping. He goes, come on, Marana police down here in Rio Rico. He knew something was going on. He and his mother-in-law have both, it wasn't his mother, I was incorrect, it was his mother-in-law, both emphatically protest at the fact that he has nothing to do with this. He's up in Tucson because he's a delivery driver. He delivers for FedEx and other people. So he listed off the name of his company. And he said, so yeah, I may have delivered to her. So he alluded to the fact that he thinks it was digital evidence. I thought that was a little, but just a reminder that one of the tips that came in was from Sonora in Mariposa, which is right across the border from where Rio Rico is, Nogales area. And that was saying that they know where Nancy is and where she can be located, her remains. I thought that was a little interesting, and I'll pull that thread and connect it in just a second. So what is the next?
Clip 2 is the attorney.
Okay.
He's kind of just sitting there with his...
They need to clear Carlos, because right now he and his family are going through a nightmare where they look out the window and there are suspicious cars driving past their home. They don't know what's next. And so, it's just clear that whatever mistakes were made, Sheriff Nanos and Pima County need to fess up, and they need to clear Carlos so that his family can begin rebuilding and moving on.
And we asked the sheriff that even just this morning, and he said everyone they detained, because there was another person detained last Friday, right? And they said they were cleared to a point, was his wording. Has there been any evidence presented here? I know they mentioned their search warrants, right? And it's not just them searching willy-nilly, but from what you've seen and what you've heard, is there evidence here that makes this?
No, there's no evidence whatsoever. Our understanding is that they obtained the search warrant they obtained that allowed them to search Carlos's vehicle and his family's property through the use of a secret affidavit. As far as we know, that affidavit is sealed and remains sealed. And, our suspicion, our educated suspicion, is that this has something to do with cell phone pings.
What's up with his earlobe? That's my main concern right now.
His earlobe? Oh my goodness.
What is this? Sorry.
So he said he was, now I just lost my train of thought. All I can hear in my head is earlobe. So it was to a point. So he's cleared to a point, which I thought was very interesting.
His attorney is saying that. So he's not cleared is what that translates to.
Well, and every part of his warrant is sealed. So he only has a theory on why he was detained. And I just find it interesting that we're still this far into it and they haven't completely said he's off the table. So I just found that very interesting. Now, the next graphic I have is showing, I did hear in one clip, and this will all make sense, that...
Hey, Nancy, welcome.
Oh, hey. So that he said that he feels like it was his father and not him. And he kind of backtracked on that a little bit. And there was earlier, even in the interview, his attorney kind of looked at him like, don't say anything. And apparently his father has a criminal record. And from what I could gather, I think he was imprisoned for 5 years, or if he wasn't imprisoned, he was also detained. But anyway, it had to do with a child essay. So I thought that was out of California. But what's interesting is his father resided in Nogales, Mexico. I found that a little interesting. So here's the...
You want the father, the picture?
Yes.
Or, yeah, that's
that graphic that I have.
Yeah.
So this is Carlo
Palazuelos.
Palazuelos Sr.
Palazuelos. That's fun to say too.
You're doing it better than me tonight with my teeth. So Carlos Palazuelos, age 71, Palm Springs, California, used to live in Nogales, Arizona, and Rio Rico, Arizona. And I just found that a little interesting. And the reason I'm saying that's interesting is I think there's been a lot of, again, we're going on theories. This is not on facts. The only fact we have is that this junior was detained and released to a point.
Did you notice Junior had kind of fat hands? He had some meat on his hands. And look at that glove. I know he's got a glove under a glove or whatever, but still, you still got to have some thicker hands. I like how you have the picture of porch guy, and then the two bottom pictures next to the porch guy are Carlos, correct? Mm-hmm. And you can definitely see the mustache peeking through on the porch guy picture. He has a mustache. We know he has the tattoo around his wrist. We saw that a minute ago. And now you're saying that's his father right there on the far right.
Correct.
But he's how old now? 71?
Yeah.
That's an older picture then, right?
I'm assuming. It's the only one I could find. I went looking for more information on it.
He has that eye, that flat area between the bridge of the nose and the eye socket. Mm-hmm. Just like his son does.
So
just like the porch guy picture.
To his point, I can see why an anonymous tip may have come in saying, I think he looks like him.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine a neighbor turning in their neighbor or a friend, because, hey, you better look next door. He has the same eyes.
We've had some neighbors like that.
That was a long time ago.
That's for another show.
Yeah, that's different. But having said that, I feel like there would have to be a heck of a lot more that person anonymously turned in, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's like you and I were talking about that, I had a dream. Like maybe somebody had a dream that was him.
Bring this comment up so I can read it. Big City Crime just talked about video of possible truck. That's the second time someone's told us Big City Dan.
And I haven't watched it. I've been so busy.
Or Big City Crime now?
Yeah, it's Big City Crime now. Yep.
With Maureen. And so night Nancy was taking older truck. Yeah. So
I'll definitely have to watch that then. That's
Thank
really
you for
interesting.
telling us that.
Yeah. I'll have to look more into it. So do you have the screenshot?
Oh, I've got several of the van.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the way you kind of freaked me out a little bit.
This is the van that's in front of Carlos's house.
Google kind of messed the front of it up, but I have a few other pictures, a couple other pictures.
And I can't find the video where they mention the van being of interest. I do find it interesting, though, that two vehicles that I would look into, they did not impound. Look, I remember to analyze that, Doug. My brain was shutting down the other night.
But I'll go back to the video real quick. See, there's the gate he's standing in front of. That's the house. See the ironwork matches.
And this is from Google Earth.
Yeah, I mean, we took a quick trip out there today on Google Earth and got these pictures. And what I noticed though is when you go past the mailbox to the right of this picture, like 2 more clicks, it turns into an older picture, and the van's not there. So him saying, first of all, the van doesn't run. Look, it's sticking out in the road. I think you'd push it off the road a little further than that.
That's interesting.
And it was running, whenever the last Google picture, which is usually yearly. And some of the areas like this, maybe every 2-3 years, but It was running, and it doesn't. You don't park a van like that that's not running with the tail end sticking
Well,
out.
I don't know. I didn't see the timestamp on this, but I do know that in one of the videos that was taken around the time of his detainment, the van was right there. It was parked. Can you show me that other perspective?
I have another one in this too.
This one. Okay, so it was literally parked right up in there, but facing out towards the street. So it's like backed in. It was backed in parallel with the brick fencing.
And there were reports of
Brick wall,
a
rather.
stripe down the side or whatever. I'm like, could that have been the track? Or you see the shadow line that's created? Like people will say stripe, or is it the black bumper guard thing on the bottom? I mean,
Right.
or was there not even a stripe? You know, you ask 4 people and you get 4 different colors.
The van apparently is one of the family members. The night that he was detained, he was in a car with his wife. They'd been Uber delivery doing, what was it, DoorDash or something like that night. So they did look at that vehicle. I think they did impound that vehicle. Or no, he said they kept him for about 5
2
hours.
vehicles. He said they took that one. They looked through that one and looked through my mother-in-law's or whatever. And he was pointing where the van is. So did they look in the van or not?
She said at one point that they were interested in it and asking a bunch of questions about the van. And she goes, it hasn't worked for a very long time.
Yeah.
So, but I did find it interesting that he said that the only thing that they kept was his phone. And with Luke, they impounded the Range Rover, which we now know he had for barely a week. But why did he have it for barely a week? Because his other vehicle had been wrecked. And I was always curious about how was it wrecked? Was it wrecked, speed demoning through the desert, trying to, get rid of something? And the interesting thing about it was it had a tarp on it in front of his house in the driveway. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did.
Because Glenn wasn't as obsessed with this as I was, so he's kind of new-ish to this. But they did not impound that vehicle. Why wouldn't you impound the vehicle that was your previous vehicle to the new one? I don't know. It was just... it was a little interesting to me. I felt like I was
because he told him it didn't run. But again, that doesn't... You don't not look at a vehicle because a suspect has told you anything.
Well, but what I'm saying is they didn't impound these people till several days later. So when was it running up until?
I don't know.
February 1st? I mean, I don't know. I guess for me, I lump it into the category of the mat. Why didn't you take the cars? Why didn't you take the mat? So...
Well, yeah, and we did hear that. Matt put up there a minute ago that it was what did he say? That the geofencing was probably something to do with, we saw something about that earlier, that maybe another reason they've got the warrant sealed, they don't want us to know that they have the ability to geofence or that they use that for some reason. I don't know. But
well, I think we all know that they geofence. I think what's happened is
Carlos said it was just a tip and that they said that he looked like him.
Right.
Well, that's out of a million people, they just randomly found you because you looked like him. I mean, where'd you see him that you thought he looked like him?
I mean, when you're in Arizona and the person has been described as potentially Hispanic, I feel like everybody's neighbor probably has similarities, Okay, what? Oh, and Sikorsky, I saw your last comment, and I watched the whole thing, and it was great. And I'm kind of with everybody else on the relationship advice. So new things on the horizon for you. So, and I loved your live. You need to do it more. You're hilarious, first of all.
Yeah. And the stories about your mom are really cool.
But what was that last comment? I'm so sorry. Oh.
So here you go. You want me to roll back and miss 4
I
other people and then get yelled at?
Guys, I want to engage, but we're not at that point where we have, super chats or anything coming in where it's like, ta-da, the exclamation point. So I'm trying to keep up. Oh, Nanos can give a BS reason and obtain a search warrant. Just got to sound believable to a judge, especially if you make the judge up. I think there's some truth to that. Having said that, after we talked to Brian, he said that you usually have to have a little more meat on it for that's substantial for a case like this. You can't just go around detaining everybody because of what we saw. I mean, look at the media presence once they found out where they were going. I mean, it's got to be pretty legit, is what I'm understanding.
Mhm.
And I also understood that Luke's was a federal warrant, which that has to have
I think we all agree on that. It
quite
was
a bit
definitely-
of
I
meat.
saw Sikorsky, Mab, a few
Hey.
people said.
Thanks, Adam. Last night was really great. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah.
So, what is the other graphic that I had? Didn't I have another one?
Well, it's the 3 vans. That was it.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I don't know. I mean,
So what do you think, peoples?
so somebody said that they didn't like that I said, I don't know. What do you say when you don't know?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's something to definitely look into. I think it's something to keep more in the forefront for me personally than I was even a week ago.
Why can't you say I don't know? I'm still back on that. In my career, I was a pilot for years, owned a flight school, and I know that people like when they're doctors,
You're the most interesting man in the world.
you learn when you have a job that, if you don't know something, you have to admit it or everyone dies. So I just get used to my life. If I don't know something, you gain trust with people when you say you don't know. I don't know, but I can get you the answer is the difference with me. I'm going to go find out.
I don't think I've ever thought of it quite like that, but
Yeah.
I will be flying
Things
a little
you
bit
want
differently
people
now.
to say I don't know, like your scuba diver instructor. If he doesn't know something, you want him to say I don't know.
No,
Your
no, or-
doctor,
No, the person you're riding tandem with as you jump out of
an
an
airplane.
airplane,
I will never do that.
it's not going to happen.
If there's any pilots in here, we all say the same thing. Why would you jump out of a perfectly good airplane?
I'm
And
with
it's
you.
still, I have friends that they did that as their military career, and
Well, that's different. Those people are
of course
badasses.
they are.
I don't understand the thrill seeking, but we'll go down another rabbit hole. So
Thank you, Major Imager, for reminding we we don't share the opinions with everyone in the chat. They don't share the
Yeah.
opinions with us, and anything we're not accusing anybody at all.
this is all a discussion about facts. These are facts that, in the sense that Carlos was detained,
There's Truth
Luke was
Warrior.
detained. Hey, I'm so glad you joined us. So I feel like sometimes we have to start over and go back to the beginning, because at this point, a lot of us are scrambling for just everything, or anything to go with on this case.
We have 329 people in here. That's
Hey.
crazy. Man, this is getting out of hand. That's why I can't keep up with the chat. But you know what? We have Major Ramajammer.
Thank you so much.
Man,
Major
he's like a
Ramajammer.
professional mod. He could start a mod business. Is
Landon
that something?
fired us.
Yeah. We got fired by our son. He doesn't want to do
Fired.
it.
Okay.
No, he's got company.
He has company in town. So no, he actually really
But
enjoyed
maybe
it.
he's fired because I've never seen so much good stuff in the chat. I think it's because of Major Ramajammer.
Thank you so much. It's a little overwhelming getting your sea legs when you do something like this and you're brand new at it. And I feel like we have some good things to share that we want to share. And I want to hear everybody else what they have to share. But getting the behind the scenes stuff down is a little overwhelming. So Adam makes it look very easy. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
So Glenn has been going through the learning curve too.
Well,
You've
I'm
been
just
doing a great job.
It's just, gosh, it's like being my age and starting over on it. It's like a college. I tell every day, I feel like I'm going through a 4,000 level college class, like statistics.
But don't you feel like that's good though? Like
I
we
don't
need to
mind
keep our
admitting I took
brains-
statistics like, I don't know, 3 times. Well, an average of 2 before I passed it. And then I don't want to tell you the grade I got. I think the teacher was just done with me, or the professor was
Are you
like,
sure that's classified as a dad joke?
yeah, oh, I'm full
We'll
of
go.
them.
We'll
Yeah.
go with it.
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts? Does anybody have any thoughts? Do you think that the white van, white truck is something that we should keep in the forefront? Because at this point, I had it way in the back of my mind. I had really kind of, to be honest with you, I had written it off. I was no longer considering it. And
There are things where it's like, no, stop talking about it. But I think this is one of those things probably not, but they probably had a van or something larger if there's more than one and they had to take her with them.
well, it wasn't a Yugo.
But even then I go like this. Okay, so it was a white van. I mean, then what? Now we're looking for a white van. We're back
That's
to
unmarked
yeah. Well, there's a lot of
in
those.
a city that doesn't have a lot of flock cameras.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can narrow it down to the vehicle was a white van, definitely we're getting further down the road here now, for sure.
5 months
I
later.
just wish it was like a purple Yugo or something because it'd be a lot easier.
Does anybody even know what a Yugo is anymore?
Oh, I didn't think of that. Yeah.
Interesting.
A purple Fiat.
My mom had one of those.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a great family car when you have four kids.
It wasn't. And especially not, Heather and I had to share a seatbelt. All right. The good old days, the 80s. All right. What are we at now? So yes, I saw Carlos's car on the side of the road. His mom-in-law was standing by it that night until the cops finished going through it. Yes, his vehicle for sure.
Yeah.
But I did think, wasn't it kind of odd? Does anybody else find that strange that you go through the act of SWAT and you don't detain the vehicle? I guess maybe in the 5 hours they got.
So Mav's asking or telling, you think they'd give the phone back? Carlos was complaining he hadn't had his phone back, and the attorney on the phone. At the end of that video, I may have cut it off because it was boring, but now that I think about it, it's kind of funny. There's someone in the crowd of media people saying, hey, this person wants to get you Uber Eats or DoorDash. And he's like, what? And he puts the phone up to his ear, and you can hear the person going, yes, I would like to, for what your family's been through, I want to order your DoorDash.
Oh, that was nice.
And he goes, oh, well, thank you very much. He's like a little confused. And she's like, yes, I'm sending you DoorDash right now. I'm going to feed all of your family. By the way, I'm an attorney or something, and I want you to take my number down. So it was, a little bit ambulance chasing or whatever, but whatever. I kind of thought that was a good way to do it. But then he said like, yeah, I need to go get a pen. That's why he ran back to the house. He needed to get a pen to get it or whatever. But that's when I think it came out that was an attorney. And she said, they still have your phone. You need to get a phone. You need to get my phone number and call me. I need to get your phone back for you. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
So,
hey, my people, my places.
So the attorney,
I love that name. That's a great handle.
So the attorney.
Sorry, Carol. Hey.
Oh, thank you, Carol. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for subscribing. We are loving this. We are really enjoying everybody that has joined us. And I don't think Major Rammer Jammer or Landon have had to kick anybody out yet. I think everybody's just been really nice and very supportive. But
so his point was he doesn't, but does he have his phone back yet?
Well, I haven't checked on
how long does it take them to get a phone expert to get what they need out of it?
I didn't know. I haven't checked on it.
I know, but I'm not going to tell. Does that sound better?
I don't know. But my curiosity is what makes, if the warrant was big and maybe the warrant wasn't for the vehicles.
That's what I think. If they downloaded the phone, they should just give it right back.
Well, I think there's more that goes with it, but that's why I was kind of, I guess maybe the car because it was his wife's car. Well, what difference would that make though? I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that we've been talking about a white truck, a white van, or a white box truck. And then there's Google Earth with the white van. I was like, oh, that's right. I remember seeing it in the video that night. And I remember seeing it in his yard. I remember the comment being, I don't know why they would be interested in it.
You know what? We can go around the house and see if we find a white van. Everybody look. I just like this video. Someone asked for a copy of it. I think they may have emailed or something.
Well, that's your
I'll try to figure out how to get that. It's a link. I can probably figure out.
That's going to be on your laptop.
But the reason I like this is the vantage point of, well, first of all, like right here, you really get scale is everything, right? Like if the garage, I didn't realize there was this much of a threshold or a lead in from the curve of the circular drive all the way around to get Nancy the 2-minute thing that Adam and Mike were talking about the other day. Mike is still trying to figure that 2-minute deal out.
Well, I'm with Mike.
Yeah, they wouldn't pull all the way up to that door and let her out. They'd probably pull, 20 feet away or so, I would think. I don't know.
My whole brain.
Or up to the casita even.
All I can see is a stop, drop, and roll coming out of the vehicle. Like she just rolled in and quick down.
Hit the door while she was still getting to the actual entrance to the house. I don't know.
Well, because you made a good point, and I know other people have made that point, and I think even Adam and Mike talked about it, which I was like, I don't know why I keep forgetting that. And I think Maureen O'Connell just made that point like a few days ago. There's 15 seconds to
For-
go.
yeah, up and 16 down, 16 up, 16 down. Yeah, Mike had it figured out.
I
the
thought
other
it was 15 up and 15 down. So
Right.
out of the 2 minutes,
a minute or more is
it's like 30 seconds,
Yeah.
total of taken off of that 2 minutes, which now
Well-
we're left with a minute 30 to get her in.
Yeah, all the homes we've lived in and that we built, or whatever, we always had the Wi-Fi connected garage door openers, and the timestamp is probably from when you initiate. Our last house, they used to remember they would close automatically at night if we forgot.
Yeah,
She,
I do
so
remember that.
That made me think about, did somebody like do it so it would open and close? Maybe it may not have even been there now that I think about it.
You can pre-program
Oh
it.
yeah, I used to do it on our last house.
Well, wait a minute. Can you pre-program it to go up or just down?
Either way, anytime, as many times as you want.
Okay, wait a minute. I forgot because like if one of the kids came home and they didn't have the clicker, you'd be like, "That's okay, I'll open it for
Yeah,
you."
from my phone. But the big thing was when you have kids running in and out, and you're on a farm. We had a farm with horses and cows and coyotes and,
And
whatever,
raccoons.
and ducks and geese and dogs and cats, and you want to make sure that door is closed at night because some of those critters will get in there and tear your garage up. The possums, remember, they would.
Well, I have the cutest picture of a
So-
raccoon. but-
Yeah, they are cute. But anyway, so I would always, like, and it was like 11 o'clock. It would just automatically go down if we hadn't already put it down. So sometimes it'd be, and it would send a warning to my phone or a note to my phone saying your garage door auto down was just
Feeling
initiated or whatever.
like a ditz right now. I totally forgot about that. I know what was kind of a shocker to me besides that is Mike made a point that you could release so you wouldn't have to use
Yeah.
the clicker. So it's, I mean,
Yeah, that was an interesting point that he brought
didn't
up
even
is
think
that,
about
the emergency, like if your power goes out, you pull that cord so you can, maneuver your door up or down. So if there was something nefarious with somebody that knew her very well, maybe was even related to her, they could have pulled in the garage and pulled the cord. But I'm not sure that would initiate the
timestamp.
timestamp on the thing, because a little cam that brings the door up and down wouldn't move. It's just the door.
No, but the remote scheduling is very interesting.
Oh,
to
thank
me.
you, Anna
What?
Rose.
See, I need to just put my
Yeah,
glasses on.
appreciate that. That's our very first one. We're gonna write that down.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That is so nice of
we
you.
decided we want to do some traveling for this podcast. So
And they said, thank Patriot Pride. We can't thank Patriot Pride enough.
Yeah.
I've had so much fun with them. And I don't know if any of you that were from Patriot Pride remember this, but it was so funny. We were actually packing. I'll tell you this little story. So we were actually packing for Hawaii. I was going to see, my grandfather was turning 101 this March.
Oh.
So we went out in April to go see him for his 101st birthday. So anyway, we were packing because we were leaving the next day. And I mean, we're talking, hair in a ponytail, pajamas on, last minute packing. And I hear Mike and Adam, I put on their show because they went live. And they're like, did you see that Jennifer girl? Her name is Jennifer. That's all we got. And she was on Dolly and she had some really good stuff to say. If you're listening, we would love to talk to you. And I was like, he comes around the corner. He goes, what? So I was like, well, now I have to put on like some makeup or something and go on and talk. So it was so cool that's
Kuna
how
burger.
I went on my
burger.
first live Kuna burger. Oh, that's funny. I love that. So yeah, that was my first live with Patriot Pride. And I have had so much fun ever since then. And I felt really cool. I felt like I was part of the cool kids to be invited on their show. And last night was no exception. So I appreciate everybody that's come from there.
My other question was,
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to get into all the stuff with those people that possibly were staying in the casita. They're saying they weren't, any of that. But why is there a casita at their home when she was a single mother of 3 kids, and the son was, he bounced when he got out of high school. He went right to the military or whatever. So she's got 2 girls. Anyway, you have 3
have an
kids.
answer.
Oh, okay. Did they build that later? Because it does have, as a builder, I'm looking and going, those windows are different. That's different. That looks like a different build time, but that doesn't mean it was.
I don't know that it was built later or built at the same time. However, I do know that there was a post that somebody had shared before all their Facebooks went private of Nancy's, and her mother and I believe her brother, who had a disability, stayed in there. So they at one point lived, I don't know if that the brother stayed in the casita, but I know the mom did. So I believe they lived on property with them for a while so that Nancy and the family could help out.
So it was built for an elderly parent or something?
I mean, Glenn, I know in Arizona, there's a lot of places, kind of like Texas, that you have casitas. It's just a mother-in-law apartment. You can use it for a studio. You can use it as an office. You can use it as a place to stay. So I don't know that it wasn't there when they bought it in the late 70s. However, I know that it was used by her mother at some point, by Nancy's mother. When I say mother, I mean Nancy's mother. So apparently she and Nancy's brother, who I believe had disabilities, and all of this is just something I read. Again, I don't have proof of it. Somebody shared a post from Nancy's page, and I don't remember all the details, so don't quote me. But if anybody has a copy of that, we would love to see it. You can email it to us at tips@tbxunfiltered.com. We would love to see it.
Yeah.
So
wait, you have
I do feel like it's
oh my gosh, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how
I
you
can't
do it,
do
Adam.
300.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's too overwhelming.
But again, thank you for the tips basically. And you know, a lot of people have the buy me a coffee thing. We're just using what's in our system has a native program inside of it. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Anonymous.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it. But what we've made a decision is we're going to go all in. So we are planning some travel. We want to bring some really good content. And like even the last few days, Jennifer is one of those people, you'll get to know her, where if anyone needs something and they're having issues, she's like that reporter where they go out and fix what's someone's done wrong to you, like a company owes you something, she'll figure it out. Well, when you call these government agencies, I'm sure a lot of you know this, and you ask for, you want this proof or that copy, everything costs money. And even though it's a few dollars here and a few dollars there and travel, I mean, you know, we have ways of getting around, but travel is expensive and it adds up quick, all these little things. I'm already like, I'm going to have to go get a part-time job if we're going to keep doing this.
No, we're really enjoying it, and we want to bring quality content to you all. And so
It's
we
important
really
to
appreciate
us.
all the little things. So
Yeah.
thank you. Another anonymous.
I don't know why you would do that. We want to know
Wow.
who you are.
Thank you so much. Allegedly.
wanna
I
thank
love that
you.
you put that fuel the investigation allegedly. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you guys. No, we're really enjoying it. I do love research. I guess that's the teacher part of me. I wasn't a teacher, but I did I did do some teaching in my early life, but not like professionally. It was professionally, but not, how do I explain it?
And
Not
that's the thing
certified.
too, is we want to
So,
focus on Nancy, but we want you guys to get to know us because we get to know you through these chats, people's things going on, and Sikorsky's moving, and
good luck on your move.
the bed story, it just cracks me up because she has a bed that has so many nuts and bolts that she's leaving money behind on the bed. So whoever wants to get mad at her will just probably think second won't get mad at her when they go, hey, the way I look at it, I was like, wait a minute, they're getting a free bed and money. I mean, that sounds like you may not need to leave. I don't know. But
That's not such a bad deal. Yeah.
no. But anyway, so Jennifer is a very I've seen you on the phone. I'm going to tell on you a little bit.
Oh, great.
Where
That's just what I need tonight.
she's so nice to
Maybe I should have
somebody.
put something in
'Cause
the cup besides water.
There's been times where like it, for example, you know, you have like a medical bill and it just seems weird. I don't know if you remember this, but
Okay.
I got charged twice for an anesthesiologist one time because of a little, you know, not a big surgery, but just some little thing I had to have done. I don't remember what it was even. What was it? Anyway, it's nothing big.
Old people problems. I don't know.
Yeah, the check engine light comes on a lot more now than it used to. So anyway, surgery, and I'm looking over the bill. And my company at the time, we were self-insured and employee owned. So I always wanted to make sure that all the employees were taken care of. I was taken care of, and when I got the bill, even though insurance was going to cover it, it was still, we want to make sure. So anyway, we look on there and it's the same charge. It's like with Amazon trying to return something sometimes. It's kind of crazy. But anyway, so Jennifer gets on the phone and doesn't get the answer she wants off the first 7 or 8 people. I think it was like the owner, if there's such a thing, CEO of United Healthcare is on the phone with my wife figuring it out. And sure enough, they had double billed us. I thought, no, there's a reason that's on there twice, They had double billed us, if you remember that. They tried to say, totally going off subject. I hope this doesn't hurt anybody's, chat. Stick with me, but this is funny. They tried to say there was 2 anesthesiologists. Unfortunately, I remember meeting them because they come in the room. I'm the anesthesiologist. You have any questions? And
now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you were like, there was not 2 anesthesiologists or whatever. So anyway, that's why
I do remember that.
as a couple, I'm the tech guy. I'll go figure this stuff out. I'll know who to call, but I won't, and you will too on that. But I won't know what to say so well. Like I get on there and go, you billed me twice. Got to fix this. Jennifer has a way. I don't know how to explain it. But anyway, so we're going to find some stuff out. I promise you. If anyone's going to find some stuff out, it's going to be my wife, Jennifer. Oh. And I think already we're not telling them everything that we've already found out because some of it seems like, oh yeah, this could be probably something that people are going to be very pleased to hear about. But until it's totally vetted, we've got
some really interesting information. I have some things behind the scenes, and I have some people in Tucson that if you're in the chat, you know who you are, and I'm very, very grateful to you for helping me vet this out and get to the bottom of it. But we had a little bit of a lead on something, and we'll see if it actually pans out into something.
Yeah, but even on that,
nothing.
So your idea, I'm not going to say what it was, but was the cause and effect. Like you were thinking, yeah, this could be baloney, but it would make sense if the person that's asking this person to do something was doing it for a reason, and you gave the reason. And I'm like, light bulb, of course, that's the deal. Like that's how that person could get what they want by not having to be the person to get it. And I thought, wow. And then the person we were talking to was like, well, I don't know. That was the other. And then as she thought about it, all of a sudden she's probably down there trying to figure it out. She's now.
Like, well, wait a minute. Maybe you're right. So we'll see if it pans out.
That's huge. That little thing's huge.
Yeah.
It
could actually be very, very interesting. And I found it kind of strange that from the early stage that I'm at right now, it's looking like nobody else has looked into it. So that was a little frustrating.
Hopefully they have, and we're going to find that out. Yeah. But I don't know.
I don't want to drive you guys nuts because it could be nothing. So as soon as
if we don't talk about it again, just try to ignore it. Don't ask.
Yeah.
It's just too hard to
get rid of it. Erase it.
Bring that stuff up.
Anyway, well, I would love to hear anybody that has some thoughts on this. You can ask anything you want. We're pretty much an open book with what we feel about this case and some other things. So we would love to have people that, if you want to call in, and there may be some confusion because somebody said there was no phone number. When I say call in, it's a link. So you'll click on the link and that'll bring you into basically like a green room if you've never done it before. And you just sit back there and you make sure that if you don't want your camera, you can click no camera, but definitely click microphone because we need to hear you. So
yeah, I think
we would love to hear it. And then have you seen any questions that have come in that we've missed?
We can ask our moderator to put the link in there. I think I emailed it to you earlier, and I'll put it in here once so you can just have the link and then you can do what you want to with it. But yeah, so yeah, let's see here. What do we got? Oh my gosh, all of a sudden.
Had open heart that was very expensive. Oh my gosh, Maga Mama.
What was that?
I'm glad you're okay.
Very expensive. 2 valves replaced.
I hope you're okay. My goodness.
But isn't that great now, these valves?
It's crazy what they do. It's like getting your tonsils out. And it's like, oh, I'm going to replace your valve. Like it's nothing. And we know it's not nothing. It's a major deal. But it's still crazy to me that it's become so commonplace. One of my cousins had it done. And she was like, it was no big deal, in and out. And I'm like, that's crazy. It's still a big deal. 24/7, 365.
See, what is that back behind the wall? There's like a structure of something there. It's in like storage shed or something. I mean, I know they looked at all this, but it's
Well,
just things
that's
that.
where, do you remember that that's where the camera was on this side of the casita that they left?
Mhm. Yeah, I remember that. But look across in the where the trees are. There's like a structure of some sort there
Oh,
down at the bottom of the screen.
what is that? Is it like a shed?
Yeah, I'm sure they were all crawling all over there. It's probably just some storage thing.
That's interesting. Well, I think that that would creep me out anywhere, even when we were in the country, that people could come in from different angles and gain access to your yard. I mean, that's why we've always had cameras.
Somebody's calling. Oh, it's
Yay.
Mab.
Hey.
Let me get him in. I'm going to put you as guest numero uno, and I'll just go to the guest screen. So right there. Uh-oh.
It's Mab.
Zoomed in.
Hello.
Wow, good sound. There you
Hey.
go.
Can you
That's a
hear me?
good camera you got, Mab.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I hear a
I'm not
pup
in
too,
my
it sounds
studio.
like.
I'm just kind of
The
in
volume's down
my
a little bit. Can
kitchen
you
on my
adjust that,
iPad.
Glenn? Hold on. Glenn's going to adjust it a little bit
There we
for
go.
us. So what's up?
So the Big City Dan uh, video from today was very interesting because they had a chatter that emailed in some pics from the porch guide pics. And then they did a bunch
Okay.
of alteration, contrast lighting, everything. And it looks like there's a white square body on the street with a person in it. And there's even one pic where it looks like there's a couple more masked figures there too. Very interesting.
It looks like there's more people. Like, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Masked individuals?
In one of the pictures, it looks like there's two masked people.
Wow. No, I'm definitely going to have to look at that.
I was pretty blown away.
Wow.
I took a bunch of screenshots and stuff.
That's not creepy. Ugh.
Yeah. Pretty creepy. It's
I
a
mean,
white
one
square
masked
body.
person is enough.
Yeah, I know. It was a square body with a big toolbox, and that toolbox would be big enough for a person to be put in. So it was a little crazy. I thought you guys might
So
want
is
to
it a
pull that
pickup
up.
truck or was it a delivery truck?
It was a pickup truck from
pickup truck. Okay.
probably like between an 80, mine's an 82 and it's a square body, and
Okay.
maybe 96. So between the 80s and 90s, late 90s, were a square body Chevy or Ford, probably. Probably a F-150. It's kind of, you can kind of see it, but it could also, you got to see it to see it, I guess.
Hey,
Does
Gail.
that make sense?
Thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate it.
Got two in here.
No problem. I think I was anonymous trying to give you guys the $10.
Aw, thank you. That was so nice of you. Well, let me ask you this, Mab, because I know you were out there and you were kind of in the big picture of it all before a lot of us were. We were seeing, the peripheral. Have you heard of anybody else discussing just that white pickup or a white pickup truck? Because all I've ever heard about is a white box truck and a white van.
I've heard of a white square body, and I saw another square body on Dad's Gone Live. There was a square body that was seen going in front of Nancy's house.
Wait a minute. I think I
So-
remember that. Was that
Do
the
you
one with the
remember
blue
that?
stripe or something on it?
With the blue stripe, but some people say that it was a white square body and the blue stripe was kind
Oh,
of
I remember that now. Yeah.
It was almost like that
or
dress.
something, I'm not sure. Huh?
Was it kind of like that dress where everybody was like, is it blue or is it white?
Yeah.
It was white.
Yeah.
You remember that dress? The dress
And then
controversy?
DGL, when he went up to Rose Canyon Lake, he also saw a white square body with camper shell on it.
I remember that being a topic. Yeah. Interesting.
And he thought it was Richard, but I don't think I'm sure it wasn't.
Well, I think he said it wasn't. So
No, it wasn't. And he got freaked out about it. And that's kind of when he went his separate ways with Richard.
well, I think what's interesting, and I mean, you're men, so I feel like maybe you're not as vocal about it, but I do feel like there's this element of us all just sitting in our living rooms trying to figure out this mystery. But the reality is, there was a really bad person or persons, I believe it was persons personally, that did something horrible to Nancy. And I think all of us pretty much agree that she's probably no longer with us. And the fact that when you really look at the reality of that, it's kind of creepy when you're running around Tucson trying to look for things. And I mean, how do we know that this person isn't making you guys a target? And now now you've become a target because you're getting too close at times. I mean, I worry about a lot of you live streamers that have been out there live and looking for the truth.
Yeah, definitely. They kind of get on the edge sometimes.
Don't worry about me. I'm pretty well protected all the time.
It's still something I worry about. I mean, I know that there's people that are protected and still get into trouble. It's still just kind of creepy thinking that there's somebody out there that could be lurking and watching and even enjoying seeing people trying to figure it out. You know what it reminds me of, Mab? Do you remember? Did you ever watch Magnum PI back in the 80s?
Yes.
Do you remember that episode that was like a 2 or 3 part? I think it was a 2-part series. And the guy had that really creepy voice and he would call on the phone and he would say,
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to remember individual Magnum PI episodes from the 80s. I was in high school.
Oh, I guess I actually got to meet him because my family, is out there. I actually got to meet him while he was on the show. Yeah, he was at the same beach club that my grandparents were. And I kept saying, I want to meet him. I want to meet him. My great grandmother took us to lunch there. And she said, well, if he's always playing volleyball, so if he's here, then you get his autograph. She was so funny. And he walked out looking like Magnum PI in the short shorts, no t-shirt, and his cap on. And I grabbed her pen. I was like 10 or 11, and I got his autograph, and I still have it. It says, "Aloha, Jennifer, Tom Selleck." So yeah, no, but this episode.
I'm gonna be careful because I don't have a shirt on right now either. It was really hot today. I can't move from this.
Are you saying you look like Tom Selleck in the 80s without a shirt on?
No. Better.
I'm just messing with you. So, but that episode, if anybody remembers it, it still to this day haunts me. He would get on there and go, baker, baker, candlestick maker. And he would have this really creepy voice. And he always did like nursery rhymes. And Magnum finally figured it out who he was. And I think the whole part of it was he was, unaliving people throughout the episode, episodes, and it was driving Thomas nuts. And I feel like this guy was enjoying watching him be 3 steps behind him. And part of this case makes me wonder if that's kind of what's happening, is we're just a bunch of pawns in this really sick game,
Answer that
that's
one.
That's probably not far from the truth.
When did Nancy's back neighbor guy say his dog barked? He said the one insisted I'm going outside and then stared in the direction of Nancy's house. I do remember the dog bark.
I see you all the time in chats, and I always love your questions and your comments. So I feel honored that you're here tonight. I personally remember, Mab, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that it happened around the time that they believe that there was an attempt for her pacemaker her app to connect to the pacemaker, and it didn't. And I believe that showed that disconnect or whatever. And when they looked at the timeline, I believe he said it was around that time that his dog was just going insane.
SBK K9J says it.
What'd you say, Mab?
I said I believe that's.
Oh,
correct.
okay.
He said the dog didn't bark. It was looking at Nancy's.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to having you guys on.
Thank you for inviting us. Yes, Mab and his wife have invited us to do a couples night live on their channel.
Yeah.
It's because we're trying to ride their
Mrs. Jennifer,
coattails.
I haven't mentioned to her yet, but I will, and I'll email you back really tonight.
Well, tell Mrs. Mab thank you so
Mrs.
much.
C.
I've only seen her like once or twice, so
We just got a new
is she going to come into
subscriber.
screen?
Jennifer's saying hello. You'll recognize from Patriot Planet.
Oh. Hi there.
Hi, Mrs. Rammer Jammer.
No, this is Mrs. Mab.
Oh, Miss Mab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for inviting us.
Of course.
I just told her about it right now.
Like, okay.
She's like, of course. What are we talking about?
Oh, so you're that type. Oh, they're coming over for dinner. You have 1 hour.
I've never done that more than a few times.
Pick him up at the airport.
Well,
Oh, that's typical.
well,
All right.
thank you. Thank you
No
anyway.
problem. We look forward to it.
Thank you so much, Mab.
All right.
Good
Great
night.
talking to you. Good night.
Bye.
That's
That is
hilarious.
funny. She was,
I just found out about
she was
it.
like, oh, yeah, what are we doing?
That's so great. What's happening?
That'll be
Yeah.
fun. We'll see what they're up to.
Yeah, he wrote me an email this morning and said that they wanted to have us over and do a couples night. I'm like, that is so great. And when I mean that, I mean live. So it's a true crime couple night. So anyway, she just went along with it. She's like the best one.
That's hilarious.
This
All
is
right.
great.
There's an
What's
open
happening?
line, as they say.
Yeah, we would love for you guys to call in.
Anybody. And we can actually do 4 or 5 at one time. So,
Yep.
and if you don't want to be on with someone else, you can just wait in the green room and talk with other people in the green room too.
If you don't want to talk to us.
If you don't want to talk to us.
Did you see any other questions in there? I think either way,
Yeah.
whether the dog barked or not, they probably turned the light on, and that could have spoken to
Yeah.
that MAGA mama.
Something happened. I remember there was something about the dog.
I mean, our dogs used to do that. They would alert us to something weird, and we were like, "What's going on?" It was usually a skunk that bombed our yard that we couldn't smell from inside the house. But
So Nancy Grace, she covered a white van thing. Was that what they were saying?
I think a lot of people have mentioned it. But like I said, it's not that I hadn't heard about it. It's not that I hadn't seen that other people were interested in it. It literally just was not something that I personally felt was significant because there wasn't anything else that was leading to it besides hearsay and a couple days. But then, quite frankly, now with this information, I want to see the big city crime episode about it.
Yeah, well,
I want to see those clips. But for me, it was also the Google Earth image and remembering it was like one of those things that just click, click, click. And I'm like, wait a minute.
dogs
That's
did
right.
not bark
Okay, they
They
did
were-
not bark. They were just anxious to go out. I see.
or whatever it was. Looked in the general direction or something.
Well, I think he mentioned that they were agitated and were trying
Tilted their
to
heads and acted weird.
trying to get out. Like they wanted to go outside and they thought it was weird because that dog doesn't normally do that in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. So
Who knows? So let's see here. What does that say? Here's another one. The truck
Holly Dolly, Major Grammar Jammer, no worries.
focusing on that. Oh, yeah.
We have 2 questions so far. One I'm quilting and one from Susie Sunshine. Oh, from I'm quilting and Susie Sunshine. So look in the chat and see the call signs.
Let me look. All right. Can you see?
I'm trying.
How long?
Sorry,
ago were
guys.
they?
Be patient with us. We're still
If you
learning all
post
of
it
this.
again, I will probably see it.
Well, they may have typed it out and they don't want to have to type it all over again.
Oh. You can
I see
copy
something about Tom Selleck. Was a ladies' man back in the 80s. Yes, he was.
Let's see if I do.
When my mom was single, he
this.
actually asked her out on a date,
Susie. I don't know how you spell it. No.
which was interesting. Did you miss it?
Well, I put in the search even, and it
So
comes up.
I'm seeing a couple. Let me
Oh,
see.
there's Susie Sunshine. A bunch is there. Okay.
Oh, the Charger
Oh yeah.
and the 2 backpack guy. Yes, that was a really weird video. But again,
Question: Video confirmation Nancy at 18. Was that from the Uber driver?
yes.
That was the pickup, though, not the drop off.
And I think because they have all this digital evidence, at least from Nancy's phone, there was a way to obviously reference the Uber driver and the time stamps on that. And then from what I understand, they also confirmed it through Uber itself, because they said, we're going to cooperate in any way we can. And that person or that company, I believe, gave them a bunch of information. So yes, that timestamp is a confirmed timestamp. That's where I get a little iffy on the rest of it, like the coming home. And it's not that I don't believe what the family has said. You know, even especially since we had Preston home, who, if you don't know, our oldest son is a first responder in Texas. He's a firefighter and EMT with very large department there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And I kind of was posing some questions to him about just how people react in a crisis. I think we all think that we're going to react a certain way in an emergency or a crisis. And I know from experience, I didn't react the way I thought I would react initially. And sometimes that's good and sometimes it's not. So having said that, a lot of what happens from what he described was that, I mean, your brain gets scrambled and you're not remembering, like, what time did she come for dinner? And it's sometimes it's casual, you know, just show up. It's not something that's a definitive plan. You know, whenever you get done washing your hair and you're ready to come on over. It could have been something casual where the family wasn't in their minds recording the exact time that she showed up to the house. So then add a crisis on top of that, there could have been some discrepancies in what the family gave law enforcement. So for me, I'm more comfortable dealing with definitives. I want to see, like, the garage door opener. The garage door opener has a timestamp, so we know that it was 9:58 and down at 10 p.m. So those 2 minutes. Then we also have the Uber driver, that timestamp of when she was picked up, when she was dropped off. It's the in between and the after. I don't have any we have a garage door that said it opened and closed. We don't have any video, we don't have any witnesses, we don't have any other proof of any of that.
I'm a quilter. Yeah.
Yes.
Her question was, what's your top theory? We get that one a lot. Like, what do you...
Well, I think a lot of people already know mine. I'm curious to hear what you would say.
Well, we did the poll last week and it was very overwhelming for me to see that. That was strange.
I'll tell you mine, but I don't think it's going to be a surprise.
So in the poll last days ago, well, today's Monday, right? Yeah, so it was Saturday. That was last week. Okay, anyway, we said put 1 in the chat if you believe the family had anything to do with it, and 2 if you didn't think they did. And I think it was, you know, we counted later, but it was overwhelmingly ones. In fact, we were still getting chats today that were putting ones in there on another one.
Right.
So I feel like that's kind of where people are going. And then what happened?
But I asked what yours.
I know, but to reinforce that, that's not really my theory, but to reinforce it, people that do know better, like Chris at the interview room. Mm-hmm. I mean, these people have 100 years of experience between the 5-6 guys that he has on and off there. And they didn't say it's family. They're not accusing anybody, but they say that, you know, it's usually family, number one, statistically, but then also who was the last person to see the person alive, and who was the person that called it in. He had like 3 or 4 things like that, and they were all family, which, I mean, I don't know. I can't get there yet. Like, I see pictures of them out having a dinner, and I don't know. I just always think the best of people more than I should, maybe. I don't know. Like, I can't get there. Well, my top theory is that there were some evildoers. Now that I've looked yesterday or day before, I looked a lot on the internet, looking around, just trying to find other similar, not crimes, but porch guys in that area, and there's a ton of them. People with these, nowadays we all have cameras in our doors, and there are people turn those into the police a lot, and they've released a ton of them. Now you can go through a lot of them and go, that looks nothing like the person. They don't move the same. They don't wear a mask. They're skinny. They're taller. They're shorter. Whatever. You can discount it, but it happens a lot in that town. I think it happens a lot in every town. But I'm focused on Tucson and specifically in her area. So the two that I found that looked kind of like our porch guy, I think it's kind of that. Like they were out in the neighborhoods, and all the other homes are random too when you look at the maps.
But you think it was random with the reconnaissance?
I don't know. But then nothing was taken. It wasn't like they were trying. I think the other ones are trying to, get something out of it. Money or jewelry or whatever.
I'm just saying there was reconnaissance that's proven. And I know some people don't believe it, but I'm like, I saw it. Google literally said this is from earlier in January.
But some of the other porch guy looking videos, those were reconnaissance. They didn't go in the home. They were looking in it. No one's home. And they left. I mean, were they planning on coming back? I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
Did something happen when they went in and they literally weren't trying to hurt anybody? They were just trying to steal stuff. Thought she was gone because they saw the Uber driver leave with her. Came back and then she died because she was a frail person to start with, and then they panicked and didn't know what to do. But I don't know.
So you think it was random?
I don't know. I look at the map and go, it can't be random. It's a needle in a haystack house to get to it. But I don't know why her family would want anything to happen to her.
I did not know he thought this. That's interesting.
Well, I mean, I've just been trying to keep it to myself, but I'm the first one to say I don't know.
I mean, do any of us know what happened? No.
No one knows for sure. Well, there may be some people that do. They're not telling us yet. But, I don't know. My top theory, though, I mean, if you had to ask me today, I feel like somebody hired those guys to go do it. But was it family or not? I don't know.
But see, like Betty, I'm wondering if it's Wyoming, W.Y. Moore said, then why take her body? That's where I'm at, Betty.
I know. I thought that same thing.
Because when I looked that statistic up, when it was an encounter, that was a home invasion, that was unexpected, they do not take the body. Overwhelmingly, they do not take the body.
Unless they thought, we're going to have evidence on her. Something happened where she had evidence. She scratched one of them or something. I don't know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe.
And then the whole ransom note thing seems that was nothing to do with anything, but maybe it was. I don't. People hate when we say I don't know, but it's part of my story right now. Is that is my top theory is kind of midway up. It's not at the very top yet.
I'm not that it's family. I'm not.
It's like an algebra problem. They gave us part of it. We don't have enough to solve it yet.
No.
So you got to kind of just go with your gut when you really shouldn't trust your gut on things like this. Really, you need data, facts.
Right. It's
evidence.
Like before, you remember those pegboards where you have to remove them before you can get it solved, like the puzzle. It's whatever. I'm not removing any pegs yet because I'm not confident enough to skip a peg and go over and know that I'm going to complete the puzzle. Like I can't skip over any pegs yet.
Cracker Barrel.
Well, it was up at the lodge in Colorado too, so it's a common game. But that's how I feel. I feel like I don't feel confident enough to skip over a peg and remove it and go, it's out of the picture now because I know the clear path to winning. And to me, winning is solving the case. So until I feel confident enough, I'm just not taking anything off the table completely. I know what we've been told, but I also know that after we talked to your brother-in-law, he said they used to tell people all the time that they were cleared. They used to tell people all the time that they passed polygraphs when they were absolutely not cleared and they had absolutely not passed. And that freaked me out because I was like, I thought that when they say that publicly, it's like, the stamp of approval, you're clear. We're moving on. And so then that made me question a lot of things.
Jennifer, tell your stories about Tom Selleck. I am Gen X and have similar stories, and I see that the general public doesn't care, but is still your experiences rolling eyes. I tell it.
What? What did she say?
Tell your
Tom Selleck stories.
Yeah. Oh, the one with the car. That was.
Oh, okay. So I will tell you one more story that I do know. So at the club, it's you know how they show Rick on the beach and it's Rick's club It was actually about 2 clubs down from my grandparents' beach club. And I say my grandparents' beach club. My grandmother, there's pictures of her as a teenager. Like she grew up there. Like she was on the canoe team and swim team. She was a volleyball player and competitive. And this was after she was married. Like she told me that she had my uncle, who was the youngest of 3 kids. And 3 weeks later, she was
That's right. Hester.
competing in volleyball. But apparently at the club, it's like, everything in Hawaii is very 2-story, 3-story, because they can't go out wide. They have to go tall for space. Well, the parking garage, apparently he had his very nice car, and I don't think it was a Ferrari, but it was a very nice sports car. And he was letting his son drive it. And apparently his son hit the wrong pedal and they went over the garage and down. And luckily nobody was hurt, but everybody was horrified. And apparently he was laughing and thought it was funny. It was like, we were just glad that everybody was okay. So that's my only
It's
other
hilarious.
That's my only other Tom Selleck story.
Holly doesn't think it's family. She's a 2.
Okay.
I'm a 2.
I
can be convinced to be a 1 as soon as I see something that is concrete or it's true evidence, not just a theory that's based on statistics of, well, it's usually the family.
Well, here's my problem with the family being, again, it's a peg I can't jump over and remove. Okay. And here's why.
It's not ruled out 100% for sure. Yeah.
Well, for me, it's not. And I wish it was, because it makes me almost physically ill to even think about it being even a potential. But 4 searches at their home, a luminol search. I mean, I think we're pretty confident that was a luminol search, that when they turn the lights off and you see flash photography, it's usually luminol. Bags of evidence coming out. What?
When I look at the map, well, Sunday at 6 is saying that there's no way it's random because of the streets. Yeah, Chris from Interview Room says, pull a bowl of spaghetti out, and that's the roads. And when I saw the map the first time, the Google Earth one, you see the little dot where her house is. Yeah,
yeah, somebody's saying family would not do this. This is an act of revenge. Hello. Yeah, I get it, but I don't. I want to look away and I want to jump the peg and I want to take that peg out and remove it. I can't.
It not being random doesn't
After
mean it was
talking
family.
to his brother-in-law at length about things that I will not discuss on here, I just don't feel like it's appropriate. I'm not accusing anybody. I want to know. I delve out the facts and let somebody who's a professional say what they think. And he said it wouldn't be off the table. And he was a homicide detective for 25 years. So the information that we currently have, we don't have what's behind the scenes. Maybe they have a bunch of information and digital and everything else that's come back and they're totally cleared. I do find it odd that the FBI was asked not once, multiple times, if they would make a comment on the family being cleared, and they said no comment. So if they're cleared, then why wouldn't the FBI back it up? And again, I'm not accusing anybody. I'm not taking anybody off the table until somebody's arrested.
Yeah. Well,
that's for me at least.
Here's all the FBI ever says.
Jeez, I can't believe you kept this.
I keep reading it. It gets more.
So for anybody that's listening, it says the FBI and its task force partners have received several ransom notes over the course of this investigation. Some have been deemed to be extortion attempts without legitimacy. Other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate and are still being investigated as such. This case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. The FBI has and will continue to offer all assistance possible in the investigation. However, local authorities remain the lead.
So that just clears it all up for me. So the ransom notes are not real, except some of them could be. And we're treating this case as if it was a kidnapping for ransom. They say that, and that it was a kidnapping. They're saying it's a kidnapping for ransom, but the ransom notes aren't real. Well, they probably were, but they're not.
Yeah.
Several weren't.
What have I said? It's the Mad Hatter's Tea Party.
And then, and by the way, we're saying all this, and we're not even the lead on this. Like we're just backup for the sheriff's department. Then why are you even putting out a statement?
Well, no, back up. Why is Nanos putting out a statement?
Back up right there.
Saying
backed up.
Why is Nanos saying that I don't have any discussions with the Guthrie family any longer. All of those questions need to be directed to the FBI. At this point, what? And then the FBI puts out this, and then Kash Patel goes on and publicly says, we're in an assistance role. We've always been in an assistance role. It feels like you're dealing with the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. It's a very, very young birthday. And there's no room, move down, clean cup, move down. Like that's all I can picture in my head when I think of the FBI in Pima County in charge of this investigation, is I feel like I've been invited to the Mad Hatter's Tea Party.
That's insane.
I just don't, what?
I said it's insane. Oh.
What did that say? I just don't think the FBI would allow 6 months of having the family under their nose this whole time, would think that would be a huge embarrassment. I agree, which is why I asked my brother-in-law that. So he also said that he has had cases where he was absolutely positive they've got their guy, they're done, they can go arrest the person, it's signed, sealed, delivered.
Hey, Jason.
Done.
Thank you for subscribing.
Thank you. And what did he say?
I wasn't listening.
Oh, great.
I saw a new subscriber. It always gets me excited.
She said after 6 months, basically, why wouldn't they have been arrested at this point? And I said, I
saw that.
Your
Yeah, I just put it
brother-in-law.
up there, yeah.
And I said, please explain this to me. And he explained that he had a case that he thought was signed, sealed, delivered, ready to go to the DA, took it to the DA. And what did she say?
That wasn't just a case. It's almost most.
Yeah, he said it was a lot of cases, but this one in particular was one that he was convinced he had enough evidence to make the arrest and be done. Like they got their guy. And what did he say?
The DAs get me more. That kind of, you do see that on TV, and apparently that is really.
That wasn't very emphatic. He was emphatically saying that he was pissed that the DA said, nope, I'm going to have more. And he goes,
it's
what
like
else
you
could
could
I
have
give you?
video evidence, DNA evidence, and whatever. And sometimes, because of the way the law works, the DA will look at the officer or the detective and say, we need more. Because he's forecasting all that is great, except, on appeal or whatever, this could be, that could be different. This could be the way you obtained it wasn't quite right. The no warrant ransacking Carlos's house wasn't right. It was. They thought that, if life's in peril, they can kind of do what they want.
The point is, he made it sound like it's beyond dotting I's and crossing T's. He said it was ridiculous. Like he literally said he wrapped it up with a neat little bow and presented it to the DA, and they said it's not enough. And he said, what do you mean it's not enough? And he said that he was like going over his binder of information and it wasn't enough. And he said, so the difference is a detective looks at, this is the evidence, I can prove it. The DA goes, well, now I've got to come up with what the defense attorney is going to say and dispute. Hey, Army vet. So I think that's the problem, is that if there's any inkling that there's a chance that this could be overturned on a technicality.
Joni, thank you.
They're going to make it definitive that they've got their person. So even though there may be circumstantial evidence, they need the proverbial smoking gun. And I did ask him about this being a no body homicide and what that does. And he says it's very difficult.
Yeah, so I still see a lot of people holly dolly.
What? I feel like it revolves around the family in some way or another. I mean, it's kind of hard to ignore. Like I said, I can't jump over the peg and remove it yet.
Someone said a minute ago, just proximity of the family. When it's such a weird, her home is definitely a destination, as you'd say, right? And then so is Maters and Taters.
Well, it's just the homes that were raided with the Russian mafia were on a 1 block rate. They were in the same block, in the same neighborhood. And we're talking not $1 million homes. These are multi-million-dollar homes. And they were raided in 1 week on 1 block, and they got $600,000 worth of loot. My mind was blown when I read that. And not one person was kidnapped. Not one person was unalived or injured. It was, most of the time when stuff like this is done, it's done to get the things, not the people. And to say that you're going to go into a home and assume that nobody is home at 2 a.m, I find that ridiculous. I mean, more than likely they were going to encounter somebody.
Well, I'm a Quilter was asking what our top theory was. Kind of not a solid theory, but I kind of believe what Betty is saying here. We've talked about this a lot. Like this is my hope.
That's right.
It's my hope.
Betty, that's how Brian described it to us.
Because there's so much they're not saying, and there's a lot that they, even if they were like they really were still investing, they needed more to get, what I'm trying to say. Even if they were actively, don't know who it is, but are actively still working on it, there are things they could still tell us that they're just not. And I feel like it's because there's no need to. I mean, I hope that's why.
Don't you also feel like maybe it's because so much was leaked in the beginning?
Yeah.
I mean, as much as we were grateful to get little nuggets of information.
We're getting close to 400 people here. It's like the later it goes, the more
everybody
crazy it gets.
Maybe
we need to come on at 11 instead of 8. But there's only 252 likes, so we really appreciate it, because what helps us more than anything is the likes and the subscribes, obviously. And as everybody knows now, with YouTube, it's the watch hours. So when you watch it back, or even just being on right now, yeah, it really helps. So we just appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Very humbled. Much. I was telling Adam when we started this, I don't care if there's 5 people. We just want to start off with 5 people and build our way up. And now we're, I don't know, 12, 1,300.
If it's just 5 people that wanted to listen to us throw theories out, we were fine with that.
Get on the call with us and just let's talk like a round table.
Okay, so I am quilting said my mind changes every day, but it's
me too.
I know, but
I don't want to admit that, but I will now. Somebody else did.
I missed Army Vet's comment. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying my best here. He said,
right here.
and all call durations and the personally identifiable information of individuals acting under
no warrant.
FBI, no warrants. It's a little strange, but somebody else, there was another chat talking about somebody put in there about their father-in-law being in the hospital, and they got like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of things stolen. And that's at least the statistics that I could find, is that generally when they're going after items, they follow a pattern. There is reconnaissance. So I'm disputing myself now by saying that, but that's true. You're right. There is reconnaissance when they're just going for things. But having said that, the reconnaissance is to find out when the person is not home. I don't think it's at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And on a Ring camera, like, well, let's see if anybody notices. Why would you want to know if anybody notices? That would be during the day. Or a lot of these other porch figures that we've seen throughout Tucson have no masks and are very brazen.
And what about that?
What?
We all are pretty sure there's more video. I mean,
holy moly, I hope you're right. I really feel like I would be naive to think that they, well,
I guess they feel like
hold something, Glenn.
They have all this video, but they probably released the one that would help, that we would be able to identify somebody with the others are just not worth releasing because it doesn't show anything.
Well,
or it shows stuff we can't see.
Sorry. According to Nanos, there is no video. Did you not know that?
Yeah,
he said that there's no video, that they were unable to retrieve anything, that the only video they got is the video that we can currently see. And the only other video that's available.
Thank you for your service, Miracles Traveling.
Yes.
Did you see that?
No, because I don't have mine.
Look at her.
Oh, Army Vet.
Yeah, you can tell she's a total
right? The
bad
detection runs me wild. Who does that?
Wartime Navy vet.
That's awesome. Miracles
kind of a
Traveling.
Navy family.
Yep. His dad was Navy. My grandpa was a commanding officer. That's awesome. Thank you for your service, both of you. But what was I saying?
Nanos.
Oh, Nanos. So I know everybody in the chat probably already knows this. He said that the only video they have is the video that we see, and the only other video that was available is before and after the event. So then I was screaming at the camera, can we see the before? Does that mean that there's
Yeah, wait a minute.
Does that mean that there's video of Nancy leaving the home? coming home. I mean, what's the before? To new news. No news. Exactly.
To no news.
Like she said, yeah, Miracle Traveling said, we all know not to listen to him. Come on. Like, I feel like I'm not good at poker, but I feel like I would be very good playing against him. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I know you
Every
would be
news
for sure.
conference.
Yeah.
Every news conference, Glenn, he's sitting there going, well, and well, and then, and you're like, I don't even know what he just said, but I'm pretty sure he just said 5 sentences with nothing in it. I don't know what just happened.
You want to make sure that crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's. Please, I hope so.
I hope that's what's happening. Brian, his brother-in-law, really kind of convinced us of that. I had so many questions, and I was like, but wait, there's more. Poor Brian. And he's so patient. I really now I look at him in a totally different light. I mean, I always knew he was awesome, and he's just such a
He's
nice
a total
guy.
badass for sure.
And he's the most giving person on the planet. The whole family is. I mean, they would give you the shirt off their back, and he works 2 jobs that he doesn't have to.
We get a lot of requests to have him back on,
I
which
know.
we may be able to convince him of that. I don't think he wants to.
The problem is,
stay up
folks, he dedicates himself to health and wellness.
He's retired, so now he's got 2 other jobs, I think, basically.
The rest of us are like,
and volunteers all
YOLO,
over.
let's stay up till 3 a.m. on chat. He's like, I go to bed at 8 because I have to get up at 4 a.m. because I work out. And does anybody else want to go, work out?
So, I work out. So,
I'm the only one.
This earlier, I was on a text. My sister's, who's married to somebody's joining. Let's see who that is.
And thank God for Sherry, because she's like, Brian, you have to do it.
So I said, Sherry, we're going to put you on because the wife of a homicide detective
100%
would be kind of cool. And she's like, well, I didn't like being a homicide detective. So I want to.
Who's in the who is it?
Hello. Guest has muted themselves.
I hear something.
Boy, this looks very nefarious too. It looks like all of a sudden you're going to see that
Hello
clown mask appear or something.
Yeah.
We can hear you now.
Huh.
Who is it?
For some reason, I can't hear you both. Hold on.
Oh, now I hear somebody. Can you hear us now?
Can you hear me now? Interesting.
Do you have a
Can you
TV
hear
on
me?
maybe in the background or something?
Little technical difficulty. I can see that you've got it unmuted. Maybe if I take this, it'll tell us who you are. You are, what is that, a pound sign?
Can you hear us now?
I see your little cursor moving like you're trying to find out what's going on.
And let me refresh.
I love your accent. Oh, thank you, Miracles Traveling.
We'll see
She
if she
said that
can-
we're
oh.
awesome. She means you. You are awesome. And if for somebody
Speaking
asked,
of badass, as you can tell, like Army Vet, her, there's some others in here.
I know.
When they're little, what is that called? Their avatar. You can tell looking at them. Like, I wouldn't mess with
Can
Army
you hear us
Vet.
now? Well, while she's figuring that out, somebody, yeah, maybe you have to mute.
We can hear you, but I think that you're having trouble hearing us.
Now I can hear you.
Oh, good.
Yay.
Where are you calling from? What part of the world? Don't tell us anything identifying, but
Turn it up.
I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
oh,
are.
wow, that's interesting.
Okay. Can you tell us
I
your
do
name?
sound like I'm from the Philippines originally. I'm sorry, Lee?
Oh, your name is Lee?
Yes.
Well, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, it seems like it's. I just dropped in a few minutes ago, maybe a half hour. And since the topic's about Van, and it seems like it's synchronicity because I brought this up to one or two of the stream investigators. you would say maybe Alex or Juice. Actually, yeah, Juice. And the reason I say synchronicity is because I actually also brought this up to my boyfriend a month ago, back in June, or maybe even earlier than that. At first, I was just thinking, okay, look at this back on the street. I go, I think there's a car on the street, and I know you both will be able to figure that out because I notice how good your diagrams and illustrations are. The charts are just amazing.
Oh,
And
thank you.
anyway,
Wow. Thank you so
so
much,
with
Lee.
yeah, with and being good researchers too. So, but I know you'll figure this out. Cause and I saw Daphne's files to be
I've heard
a
of her
YouTuber.
too. I think I just
Yeah,
followed her
and
actually.
it was just a few weeks or a week ago that I look at uh, her channel talking about the van. Wow, she's talking about the van and some
That's funny.
who doesn't have a license plate, right? And gave the one of the neighboring ladies who were walking by probably and was not he wasn't very nice to her in a sense. So, but anyway, she talks about that. Okay, and then here you guys are talking about a van. Wait a minute. And I told my boyfriend,
Oh.
um, look at this video from Jews. I go, and it looks like there's a car there. Actually, even a few months ago, it was just one vehicle. I was thinking. Now, and then I played around with the video, and Jews had a video a month ago. And I said, oh my goodness. I think there is a second car too.
Oh my
And
gosh.
so it's looking closer. So there's, to begin with, it just really depends what angle when the porch guy is either bending or standing. So I
Okay.
think the first one I can't remember if he was standing or one angle where I saw one car and it seemed like it was facing to the right. I know that's kind of weird. Like I didn't need to alter the video. I just freeze it up and then took a pic of it. You know, like
Okay.
what do you call that, snippet? Something like
Yes.
Yeah.
that. And then, so when Juice put out this video, okay, I look at a different angle. Wait a minute. There seems like a second car, but it's facing to the left, the back of that first car. And it looked like a van. I said, van, maybe SUV. I go, I can't tell what color is it because it's, it's infrared, right? It's IR. So,
Okay.
and if you look closely, you play around with the video, it is weird that second car I saw when I believe, let me look at my, it's
Is there a
so,
way is there a
it's
way you can show it to
synchronicity.
us? Like through your screen?
I don't know if I could. Let's see. Let me look at. I sent one back
Because now
on
I'm like
June.
freaking out. Oh,
Yes, it is freaking me out because they're talking about this van. When I said I
I
mentioned
like
this
that
to my
randomly she heard
boyfriend.
us and came on with it.
Okay,
That's how this stuff
so
works.
the beginning, yeah, June 5th, I sent the thing, and then June 22nd, I sent one to Jews. Okay, yeah, this is very freaky. So, but anyway, let's see. I'm gonna look at what angle. I mean, you could figure it out yourself. I mean, this is like, okay, so when the porch guy was picking up the plant,
yes.
and I look at Juice's video that's titled Sheriff slash Neighborhood Want Streamers Gone. And when he was bending, picking up the plant, I look closely, like I zoom it even more. Because, when you have like the pick, depends what kind of app you had. And I had the capability to click the zoom plus and minus.
What are you
And
using? Are you using
closer.
like a Adobe or I'm sorry, I didn't mean
No,
to
not
interrupt you.
even Adobe. I think it can't tell exactly, but I'm sure you could try it two ways when you snip it or use,
Okay.
oh my gosh, I think
It's okay. No, I'm
but
just so
anyway,
curious now.
yeah, it is like so weird because when I look at it, that's a bigger car. I go, it looks like a van. I go, because you could tell
Wow.
it in reference to the other vehicle behind it. And that when the first video I saw back months ago, it was just one vehicle where the guy was standing right on the camera by the camera, and okay, I only figure one vehicle. But then when Juice had his video back in June, and he was bending. In fact, the funny part, I was just walk up and then listen to, how Juice usually has his videos early in the morning, and I happened to be up early and I drop in and look at his video. I go, wait a minute, there's another
Is
car
it
there. I
something that
go,
you could email? We have a good email.
I
You
could
could.
email it to you. What's your email?
It's
It's
tips.
just giving me goosebumps because everyone's starting to talk about the van. And then it's like synchronicity. And then someone talks about the van, about Carlos had a van. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't know if you guys talk about it because I just dropped in, like I said,
Well,
minutes
thank you
ago.
for dropping in because
Yeah.
it was actually, gosh, I need to look it up on the
It's just so
email.
odd. And then what's is your email on the let's see,
Glenn will give
on
it to you.
your channel, and the channel
I'm going to
title
put it in the
on
chat right now.
It's tips, TIPS, at TB as in boy, X, unfiltered.com. So
Hope I spelled
tips
it right. I
at
couldn't see it very well.
tbxunfiltered.com.
Does that look right?
Yes, that looks right from here.
Yeah. Tip. Yeah.
tbxunfiltered.com, tips dot, okay, at gmail.com.
Yep.
No.
No, it just .com. Tips at tbxunfiltered.com.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know your voice sounded familiar.
That's
When
your
your
email?
accent, I heard it. I was like, "Oh, that sounds like Hawaii." A lot of people from the Philippines are in Hawaii. So
I used to work where I'm involved a lot on the phones, and people think they're calling, you know, I understand because sometimes people also are rude because am I speaking to someone from the Philippines? No, I'm here in the US. Actually, I've been here
It
for
better not be
a
rude.
long, long time.
I
But
hope
anyway,
people aren't
that's
rude.
okay. That's okay.
To me, it sounds
But
like home. I
anyway.
love it. So I have a lot of
So
friends that are
anyway,
Filipino, and they're so beautiful. And it's so funny because they said that they finally would just start saying, "Yes, I'm Hawaiian," because everybody thinks that Filipinos are Hawaiian. Yes, I'm Hawaiian. So it's because
how funny.
Filipinos are beautiful.
Yeah.
So
Thank you. But anyway, let's see here. I'm just gonna forward this. I hope Juice is okay me forwarding it because I sent it to actually both Alex and so
this
I'm
is
sure
so
they wouldn't
nice of
mind
you,
their
Lee.
emails
I really
being. Oh,
appreciate
you're
it.
welcome. Let's see here. June. I think I
Oh,
sent
somebody was
one on June
asking
20th.
while you're typing, how did we come up with our channel name? So
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah, so
it's pretty confusing, isn't it?
ThornBridge Estate, ThornBridge Hill Estate was my Instagram account. I'm an interior designer, and it just kind of went nuts. I had no idea that anybody would care about my designs, and I ended up in 2 national magazines for designing and of our home. And then that was in Texas, and it ended up being a film location and all this other stuff. It was crazy. And we had so much fun, but now we're in the Ozarks, and it was just one of those things that so many people knew me as Jennifer at ThornBridge Hill Estate. And I'm like, that doesn't sound very crime. So I thought, how about just a ThornBridge X Unfiltered?
The X does.
Yeah. So that way it could be about anything. So
yeah, the X just is like in like a mathematical term, X could be anything. So ThornBridge X.
There you are with your algebra again.
Turned into just TBX Unfiltered, but we still do the ThornBridge X Unfiltered on the channel.
Yep. But Lee, this is awesome. I can't believe you just happened to stop in, and I can't take credit for the van night. This is a wonderful new follower since this is only our 5th live, and she came into comments and she said, I really think you should look into it, and then gave me a bunch of information. And I thought, you know what? I've put it on the back burner as nothing, and I think maybe I'll look into it some more. And that's when I noticed all of a sudden it was like this light bulb moment where I remembered, is she still there?
No, she'll be back. I think she just accidentally, when you're trying to email.
Oh, she
may have
accidentally clicked out. Shoot, Lee, if you can still hear us, you just call back in.
But she's got the
I've done
email
that before. I've accidentally hung up when I was online. But I think it was one of those weird things. It was just this light bulb moment where I went, wait a minute. I remember the mother-in-law saying, yeah, they were interested in the van, but it hasn't been working for a long time.
van.
I don't know why they would care about it. You like my little van?
Yeah.
Glenn thinks it's funny that I have all these little Easter eggs on the shows.
Every show, there's something in the room somewhere.
He didn't
usually,
notice it until like the second episode.
She had the phone out last time, or when on the tips episode about calling tips. There was a phone, about old timey phone. There's been something there every episode.
So anyway.
So you got to look around every episode and figure out what the deal is.
I know it's only our 5th live. I know we're so new and we can't believe how many people actually have joined us. It's been so awesome.
What does Adam
Question.
say?
Somebody said question.
Oh, sorry.
So Tam, Jennifer, on a different show last night, you had mentioned another video at Time of Porch Guy. Do you have that clip? You know what's weird? I can't find it now.
What is it? Which clip?
It's the clip of Porch Guy where he's coming around the corner.
I know.
And I
That's
went
what
on
it
the
does.
FBI's website and it's no longer there, that portion of it. It's like
But
been
everybody has it.
I know, but we don't.
I know. We only have the 20. We have the 13-second and the 27-second from the FBI, and ours starts off right there.
And
But
the
there's
one that
comes before that. But this is the doorknob and the C-trap.
no doorknob.
I know.
The doorknob is
So
underneath.
people say he's grabbing the doorknob, and he's not grabbing the doorknob.
So you did it to drive me nuts?
Like I would ever do that. And,
No.
and he knows the steps there, and it's pitch black dark.
So if you're watching where he's standing right now, he came from our vantage point on the left and came around the corner. And as he hits the the exposed aggregate sidewalk, he puts the bite light on, and everybody kept saying, oh, he's putting his head down. I don't think he realized there was a camera. And I went, no, he put his head down and turned the bite light on because he knew there was a step. And then sure enough, now we know there was, reconnaissance from before. So it's not a surprise that he knew the camera was there. And see, the bottom of his hand is going to the bottom of the camera bracket.
Yeah. See, the doorknob is off to the, as you're looking at the screen, to the right, to his left.
Right. And that always drove me
You can
nuts.
see it. And you can see the doormat below it full of his DNA that's still there if anybody wants to.
So Holy Moly said the one
on
coming from around the corner seems scarce. That's correct. I can't find it. I don't know what happened. I feel like it was everywhere. That was always the video that everybody had, was him coming from around the corner. And now
I realized that he's got, however many pairs of gloves on.
Mab said they did clip a portion out of the. Why would they do that?
Look at this guy's hands.
Carlos, were
They
you
don't look fat to me.
Wait a minute. They get fatter as he talks.
We're not accusing anybody.
No.
How would you guys feel?
Hoy vas a ir a trabajar.
Oh, that's interesting that you just said left-handed, and look what he's talking with.
For 2 hours? Yeah. Did they hurt you when they
Somebody just said
Well,
left-handed.
right now,
That
it's not
proves
bad,
it.
but yeah, yesterday. Look.
See,
No,
he's
that
got
is-
some,
there.
and then the tattoos.
this
He's
was
talking
Very
about the injuries.
interesting.
That's it.
Because
Not
I
much.
point with my right
And
hand.
did they tell you why they pulled you over? Did they tell you?
Not at the beginning until the FBI got there, like 2 hours. And, they told me like you're being detained, and all of a sudden the FBI pulled out the Miranda rights, and he read me Miranda rights, and that's when I.
And he likes to bring up his
Lee's not calling back.
wife and kids. She's probably trying to figure out the email.
Lee, I want to hear more because this is so interesting. And I think you're right. Sometimes, one person spurs something and then it's a domino effect. And I'm a lefty-handed. So just Jaylene, have you seen that where people are saying the way he leans down and the certain things that he does and reaches for certain things seems to be very dominant left-handed. I mean, I'm kind of ambidextrous. Dextrous. How do you say that?
Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous.
Foliage.
That drove him nuts that people would say foliage.
Well, I started to say
Foliage.
it was driving me nuts because then all of a sudden I was saying foliage. And isn't it foliage?
Like if I guess when I was younger, if I got tired coloring with my right hand, I would color with my left. And I can still write with my left hand, even though I'm right-handed. So it's kind of interesting. But I know most people aren't. Like they do, it's kind of like when you fold your hands, like does your thumb go on top from the left or on the right? Have you ever seen that?
Oh, yeah. My right hand just went to the top. And I'm right-handed.
Yeah, but didn't you say that they corrected you that you were...
Yeah, I think I'm actually left-handed, but I write with my right
interesting?
hand because I was made to do it.
I don't know. There's
So
something,
now I
there's
can't
something
read my
about
own
that, like
writing.
how you fold your hands.
But then computers took over, and who writes anything anymore?
I'm very left-hand dominant. That's interesting. I can't do anything right-handed.
Well, let's go
I think
to
that's
the
normal. That's
handy-dandy notebook and look at the inbox. Nothing.
Okay, shoot. Lee.
Whatever.
Well, now
Even
you
if
got
we-
me
yeah.
curious. This is going to drive me nuts. I'm going to be like hitting the refresh button
Well, if
all
she
night.
sent it to, what'd you say, Alex and JLR or Dolly and JLR or somebody? Hopefully we'll get to see it at some point.
Not another coincidental C with tattoos on his lip. I mean,
I know.
come on, let's be honest.
That's so
There's
true.
so many people that have tattoos and I mean,
And eyes.
and eyelashes.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're Hispanic,
Mustache.
you always, they always have beautiful long eyelashes that are dark too. So it's like, well, see, they have long eyelashes. It's very feminine. But come
My
on.
radar did peak a little bit. I was saying a second ago, he started to talk about I was getting my wife and coming to get the kids. And he brought it up several times. I clipped it out of that interview because it wasn't germane to the topic. But when somebody starts trying to bring up their wife and kids, it's kind of like bringing up that you're a Christian a lot, when you're being accused of something. It's like you're trying to hide behind it a little bit. And he kept doing it. And I remember thinking, that's kind of strange. Why would he keep telling his wife and kids and wife was in the car or something? I don't know. Probably because it was
Maybe.
true,
I just thought that, it's one of those things. And when somebody when something's traumatic and you've initially told the story, then you keep repeating the same
Yeah.
story. So then it becomes just the story.
It's kind of like your rote thing.
Right.
But,
That's what I think. But
it is so
maybe
easy
there's
to look guilty when, when they put a camera in your face and go, did you do it? No. I mean, it's so hard to look guilty.
yeah.
Not really.
Well, and if you're the type of person that feels guilty if somebody just says, did you do it?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, that's me too. That used to be, ironically, that was the joke growing up is that, oh, I always feel so guilty that if somebody said, did you kidnap the Lindbergh baby? I would say yes, or I would look like I did, I wasn't even alive. So she was speaking of the video of the porch perp. Some can see, even me, a car in the driveway. I did see, thank you, SOS. I did see one video that Juice had, and I needed, the problem is once you've gone too many days past, you're like, which live was that? Which show is that? I should probably just email Juice and ask him if he has it. But Glenn, what he did is, what they're talking about is there was one where you could almost see the outline of the car. Do you remember Adam and Mike doing it?
Yeah.
Excuse me. So I think I was like gulping down my water. I think Adam and Mike actually were able to point it out, like where you could see an outline of like the grill of a car. And I think people thought it was a car. But what she's saying is now not only do they see a car, they see people. Fancy Cat is asking a question. She did a QQ. Thank you very much. So we can see it. Can you drag that over? Did you see the video that shows
reflections of images in the porch light itself? Ooh, no.
If so,
what do you think about that?
I heard a couple people say that, and I don't know where they saw it, so I didn't know where to look. If you don't mind sharing where you saw that.
But on this one, what is that in the top left?
Speaking of Adam, where are you?
Is that the neighbor's yard lights or something?
Okay, so it's It's kind of, yes, I believe, well, porch lights. I think that that's the neighbor at the very top of the cul-de-sac. However, there was a lot of MAB, a lot of people have tried to, figure out, and I never really heard definitively if anybody decided, but depending on what image you're looking at and what time of night and month, like this one, see how the yard is
Pitch
like,
black
yeah,
dark. And then you look at these and it's not pitch black
right.
dark.
I knew that that was like us in the country. It was a night that there was more moonlight. So the depth on it is very different. And in some of these videos,
Oh, that's the same lights though.
yeah, but can you see? I know, but in some of them, it looks like there was potentially not even headlights, but something that was reflective. Because I don't think anybody that was nefarious would be keeping their headlights on parked in a cul-de-sac. I mean, I feel like that's like ridiculous. BRB gonna refresh.
Looks
What's
like a little,
BRB?
look at the stupid.
Be right
holster.
back. I'm still learning all that. Somebody did something last night and they said an acronym, and I was like, oh, that's what that means? I feel like a boomer sometimes.
So look at his little holster. That's not even made for that kind of a weapon.
Right.
A pew pew. It's
The
so
light isn't big
weird.
enough and the screen would block.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see what people are talking about with the reflection in the mirror. That would be interesting. That's the house at the top of the hill from Nancy's, and also a white van has been spoke of at that house on a hill in the early stages of the streamers.
Good Lord.
I think I heard that as well, country girl. I think I heard that wasn't one of those homes having renovations or construction or something. Nancy inside with another masked person in her strength said. Wow, I have not seen that. That would be very interesting. Yeah, well, if anybody has any of those clips or videos, I would love to see it.
Oh, yeah,
and
let me check the
we could do an entire episode on that, because that would be very, very interesting, especially since I know that there's a lot of people that are still in the camp that it was one person, including law enforcement. There's some retired law enforcement that I've heard saying, I think it's one person. I don't. I personally think there was more than one, but.
Well, Lee, if you're still listening, we haven't received the email yet. If you did send it.
You refreshed?
Yeah.
I was going to be obsessively refreshing after we got off. Construction, and it was putting in a pool. Thank you. Holy moly. Thank you so much. See, sometimes I'm right.
Yeah.
So there was, thank you, everybody.
This
is a record. I am right once in a while.
I agree. It happens.
I have witnesses. I agree. It happens. Oh my gosh. Huh.
What was the deal with the...
It's the same home that is now being remodeled, is what Country Girl said. I think more than one also. Holy moly. SOS Seekers of Spirit. Yes, yes, yes. He downloaded it from the FBI site. Used Adobe to adjust the contrast. Okay, so it was Adobe. That's interesting. I have Adobe, so maybe I can look at it on the hill. Unless he has a copy of it and wouldn't mind sharing it. The construction, he's probably way better at Adobe than I am. Next to Sue Ellen. Okay, so that's where Sue Ellen lives? I thought people said that, and I didn't know if I was wrong.
Who's the one that had the chair pointed at the house? There's a neighbor... And she's also the one apparently that walked up and...
She is the Gladys Kravitz.
But what's the deal? Like, what's her chair facing the house for? And why is she not telling more detail?
I'm trying... Look, as much as I want to jump on the, I dislike Sue Ellen, I don't know enough. What I've seen, I don't like. I feel like she's been very disrespectful. Having said that, I'm not in her shoes. I'm not living next door.
She doesn't have any fans in here, Sue Ellen.
No, that woman. Okay, so Glenn, do you remember me telling you about...
Ugh, that woman.
Look, everybody in the chat's going to go nuts when I tell this story because they know. So JLR was filming. All the streamers were out there. And this was after, people were like, who has a pizza delivered? I can't believe it. And it was a viewer that was trying to be nice and deliver food to these people that were, sitting in the street for hours filming, Nancy's house to give us information. And the freaking delivery guy went up and delivered it to Nancy's house. Are you paying attention? To Nancy's house.
Yeah.
So everybody's like, I mean, they even had pizza. It wasn't the pizza delivery guy's fault. It wasn't the lady that ordered it fault. And it certainly wasn't JLR's. It was just a horrible, horrible comedy of errors. Having said that, it was not even like a week later that Miss Sue Ellen came up and was throwing a fit about everybody filming in the street. And there was a deputy. This is still at the time where there was still people guarding her house.
Yeah.
And there was a deputy that was parked in the curved driveway, in the circle driveway, or the half circle. Anyway, listen.
I've
It
got
was at the top. I know, but hold on 2 seconds. At the top of the hill. And this is important. So Sue Ellen, after all this time of telling people they need to leave, that it's disrespectful, that it's, but this thing should be protected, she goes with
Be
her dog
nice.
up the driveway.
I know.
And lets her dog pee on the steps of Nancy's house, all while she's tattling on YouTubers that she thinks are being disrespectful. It literally was so shocking and so like, what? I can't. But I try to be a good person and think. What if she's just extremely overwhelmed, terrified, all these things at the same time? Maybe she was friends with Nancy. I don't know. I can't imagine being the next door neighbor of somebody that was not only abducted, but probably now deceased, and wondering if I'm next or is our house next. And
This is from Mab. He just sent this email.
yeah, she's unbelievable is exactly right.
I think I had to cross-eye a little to see it.
Were people making fun of me while I was bugging you?
No.
Just dripped water. Tea. Okay. Oh, truck. Thank you, Mab. Thank you for sending that.
I think that was the noise, was the email.
I watched it live. I did too.
Oh,
At the
wait.
bar.
There's several pictures in here, so.
I was infuriated. She was acting like a kook from the start. MAGA Mama, I feel the exact same way. She said, I would feel safer with the streamers out there. I actually thought I would feel like, oh, there's people watching. And then when they all left, I feel like that would be more terrifying. Where's my crickets chirping button? It would be.
What? Crickets chirping? What are you talking about?
I need a crickets chirping button.
We don't have
Yes, you did it.
I have that just for you.
Because I'm constantly doing that.
That's
It's hilarious.
So
I
if
can't believe you gave me a
want
crickets button.
I guess I can just do this way. Okay, learning on the fly here. Let's see here. I don't know what these are going to be, but it's from a trusted person, so.
Oh, was somebody mad?
Huh?
She said, we're just thinking out loud. We don't know who did it. Don't get mad. We're just ordinary people, some of us not experts. Did somebody get upset?
Jen, don't focus on that. Here's a picture.
All right.
So I don't know.
We don't know who it was.
So all these are going to be.
I don't think anybody said they thought it was a trade worker. I think the point was that do you rule out a construction truck because there was construction there? It's like, well, there was construction there. So what's the big deal about a construction truck? But on the other hand, anybody that was smart would want to disguise themselves and not be, conspicuous.
So then you got the vantage point showing.
Oh,
where,
she wasn't the one with the dog? Oh, well, then there's another not so nice lady. I always thought that was Sue Ellen.
Yesterday, someone was saying that was Sue Ellen that walked up in there and did that, and then I didn't know that, and so apparently, it's not true. So see the vantage point straight down.
Yes. So Mab sent this. Thank you, Mab.
And then this one. Oh, there you go. You see it.
I feel like that's like
Someone's
those
in there.
paintings where you have to stare at the dots long enough for it to see the picture. I mean, I see that it's drawn out. I don't know that I would have noticed that with just shadowing. That's interesting.
But
That's our dog.
then
Are you trying to say something?
drink a lot of water. Okay. That's like somebody's in there. It may look better zoomed out. I don't know.
So they're saying that looks like a person in the vehicle. Interesting.
And then we go back to that original picture. So now you can see it. Yeah, now all those other pictures help you
Oh.
see that.
Okay, so maybe I could do those dot pictures again. I've never been able to do them. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, they were all the rage in the 90s. And I would sit there and stare at it. And they're like, no, you have to lean your head and squint your eyes. And then it all comes clear. I could never see it. But that I can see. That's interesting. You can come up, Bonnie.
Well, that's like this one.
Bonnie is joining us.
I didn't see it before until somebody was talking about it one day. And then you showed it to me. His right, if you don't know this, I know we've said it before, his right hand, which is left on screen, appears to be holding something because you can see how it comes into his leg and there's like a kind of a 90-degree angle there right where his pocket would be.
Yeah,
where the hand would go into the pocket.
That's
and then if you look enough, then you see that the whole picture, it's like I don't know what it is though.
People are saying that other one that we just saw was AI. The person in the truck was AI generated. Interesting. Okay.
God, if it was AI, wouldn't you think they'd do a better job than that?
I think sometimes, people go into AI and say, can you lighten up the photo or can you do this? And then sometimes, it does things, as you and I both know.
Sure.
It edits our faces to look like we're 100 and we're like,
I had
why
a
did
total
you do that?
cussing match with AI this afternoon. I was like, are you not listening to me? And then they would, oh, I'm sorry. I see why you're upset.
Thank you for letting us know that may have been AI. That's interesting. And Holy Moly says, appears to be ready to run. That's what I thought. And then one lady was in X and she said, has anybody else looked at this photo and thought that it looks like he's holding something in his right hand on our left, like a bag? And then all of a sudden I couldn't unsee it. And the only reason I feel pretty strongly now that he is holding something is if you look at his right leg on our left, our vantage point would be the left, you see that imagine he's holding something and you can see the outline going across his pant leg. So I'm not convinced that he's not holding a bag in that picture.
Yeah, he's got something with him. And this was the previous to the actual, like a week or two before, right? She was taken.
Yes. So, well, more than that. They they said the beginning of January is all Google really said. It was at the, early in January, I think was what the statement said. And then they redacted it. And then Pima County said, I don't know what they're talking about. We never said that. That's not coming from us. And then all of a sudden we find out from the streamers, that the neighbors were pretty forthcoming with what they were being asked. And they were being asked for any video around January 11th. Well, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure it out that that's probably when the first photo was taken. And to me, that made very logical sense because of the lighting. I looked at it and thought that's what our cameras on the farm used to look like when there wasn't any moonlight. And then all of a sudden you can see, foliage all the way down the driveway at this point. Everything's illuminated, which means there was more moonlight. People are saying, oh, I now see what you're seeing. Could be a tool bag to disconnect some cameras. I is what Christy Harry said. And then holy moly, oh, I see what you're seeing on the pant leg. You can bet FBI's tools have picked this. That's what I'm thinking. Here we go. Oh, yes, the Scarlet Letter, Jen and Glenn. I honestly thought you'd only be married 5 years. You know each other so well and get along great. Brave on the channel. Oh, thank you, Hester Prin. I really appreciate that. Yeah, no, we were friends for 3 years before we started dating, and been together almost 30 years now. So time flies when you're having fun. And he's hilarious. He doesn't show it on here, but
See, that just freaked me out a little bit. That one there, that's a couple weeks before
right
the reconnaissance mission, basically.
around January 11th, and she went missing the night of the 31st into the morning of the
So
1st.
that makes it
Oh, honey,
more where it's
she's
not
licking me to
random
death.
because it was planned.
Yeah.
That's the same person. The shoes look different. I mean, that's obviously, that doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, they didn't to me. They look like
Well,
tennis
yeah, I
shoes.
mean, different camera nights with different lighting. Who knows what's going to be? Ours take color at night, our newer cameras. So it's a lot better. But with the ones that were black and white years ago, yeah, sometimes like it would take
She said
random
almost
pictures
30
of animals
years.
at night, and it would like be like a negative almost. It was reversed weird. And black things were lighter and
Right. Well, I mean, if we can do things on Adobe, imagine what
the FBI can do.
freaking FBI could do.
So there's 390 something people in here, and 320 people have liked. That's a good ratio. We really appreciate the likes, and to be that close in numbers, that's huge. So we really
And thank you for sending us that, Mab, and anybody else that sends us stuff, and anybody that we need to give credit to for those images. Let us know, because we really appreciate it. I mean, that's what this community is all about, is sharing and definitely giving credit where credit is due. So that's why when Mike and Adam had it on their chat, that where they could see kind of that bumper or the grill, I think Juice also did something like that too. No drone, the bag was flat. I'm trying to see where people, I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up. So Zaina or Zanaya said,
did we get behind again?
NMFBI, New Mexico FBI even, or never mind, FBI even. I can edit an image and add 2 people into a
Yeah.
Never mind. FBI. Got it. Sorry, I told you I feel like a boomer sometimes with this stuff.
Yeah, she doesn't see the bag, Nurse Wykins.
Oh.
Yeah. I didn't see it at first either. And then,
All your materials
hi, Jenny Ham Sandwich. I love the name. This is my favorite thing of this. Jenny Ham Sandwich. William Ayers. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, William. I appreciate it. We love for anybody to call in.
So we're using a thing called Streamlabs. It's supposed to automatically tell us when somebody subscribes or tips or any of that. I feel like it was off and it just kicked back on or something, because then we got a few. I don't know.
Beth Barbara, Juanita. Yeah, Juanita, I've actually talked with Juanita. She's the nicest human being.
I think this is
what
Lee,
she does for people. Oh, you think that that's her credit? Or what is she saying about Juanita? Is Juanita in the chat?
Oh, I think Lee just called back.
Oh. Lee.
You're muted.
Hello?
There you are.
you
Now
are.
you're not muted.
Sorry, my internet for all it just shut off because it rained, and then it just did it. Because yesterday Tucson had a storm, I think, or the day before, and when it does that, then we're next in Phoenix.
Bummer.
But yeah, so I tried to send it, and now you didn't mention if it's Gmail, Outlook. I know you said it's see, your email is tips.tbx unfiltered at what?
It's tips, TIPS, and then the @ sign, and then TBX.
Oh, I see.
TBX
Okay, let me try that.
unfiltered.com. There's no Gmail, no Outlook, none of that.
So it's after the tips that I put the app. Okay.
Correct.
Let me
Tips
try that.
at tbxunfiltered.com.
All right, let me give that a try.
We really appreciate it. I'm glad you called back.
No worries.
I'm so glad you called back. I know I was freaking out. I was like, keep refreshing. I want to see
I
this.
know, I was telling I was telling my boyfriend, I go, of all times, I really go live and it had to happen that, you know. So
The way it
let
is.
No,
me
I
give
get
that a
it. It always
try.
happens that way. It's like when you've been on hold for 30 minutes to an important call, and then they're like, yes, I'll transfer you. And then it drops, and you're like, I swear to God.
So I
I
saw.
wasn't thinking quick. My boyfriend said, use your phone.
True.
Oh, duh.
Well, that's better
But
than what I've done where I'm holding my phone going, I can't find my phone because I was talking to my sister. My husband's like, you're on it. Like, sorry.
I know that.
Okay.
No, I was just wondering. Okay, well, I'm going to the email here.
Big city
I know
crime is
I'm
what she said.
probably missed a lot. So, but has anyone brought up? Actually, am I just the first one who brought this up at your channel,
You know,
basically?
it's been just today. I mean, I've had a couple emails that have come in saying you need to look into the white truck, or I mean, white box truck is what somebody said, and a white van. I had not heard
Yeah.
about a white pickup truck. And then ever since we did this episode now earlier, all of a sudden people are going, you need to look at the video. So thank you so much for calling, and thank you for
Oh,
being
no
willing to share
worries.
this with
Yeah.
us.
Well, what's interesting is that first car that I saw months ago, and in fact, another lady had mentioned that at GLRs and said, I agree. I said, and and then they're bringing up this Kia Soul and the shape of that first car. I don't know, it's kind of weird of me, but I'm kind of finicky and stuff like that. And so if you look at the first car, it does kind of look like some mini SUV. And is Kia Soul an SUV or is it a cross-track car? Just curious. I'm not quite familiar with the different types of you know what I mean? Okay, tips.
Yeah, no, I totally get it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go to my uh sent email
Let's
I had with
be nice in the chat,
see here.
guys.
Mhm. All right. I received something. Let me see. Downloaded.
Okay.
Go to preview mode.
Yeah, we appreciate anybody sharing material, but yes, please let us know who it's from, and we will absolutely give credit where credit is due.
Okay.
There's so many amazing things
Okay.
that people figure out and share. I definitely want to be able to
Yeah,
give people
maybe I'm
credit.
wrong. Who knows? It could be might be like a setup. Maybe that's what they want us to see. I can't say if there really was. It's just, but it seems like synchronicity to me. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
suddenly people are bringing up the van recently, and I thought, okay, maybe it is really a
People are
van.
saying
Maybe
that
there really
Major
is a
Jammer's not in
car.
there.
Okay. I know I'm taking a long time
Can I
here, but
email
let's
you?
see.
No, you're fine. Take your
Uh,
time.
Is
okay,
this the new one?
forward this to you. I'm sending the latest one I had forward
I don't know.
to
Did Major
so
Rammer Jammer go home?
see here. So
So
it's
it's right
tips,
here. This is one. Is
add,
that one of them?
Is this
tips,
one of
add.
them?
I haven't sent anything yet.
Oh,
Oh,
somebody else sent us something.
No.
Who's that
Okay,
from?
tips at um
the car I see in the
TBX.
pic. Oh, Alicia Link.
Alicia, thank you so much.
That's the
Unfiltered.
clearest picture
So
we've
this
seen.
is from
Yeah.
Alicia Link, and she's got an arrow pointing to where they think there's a vehicle. That's
Thank you,
interesting.
Alicia. Yeah. So at least it's not just me.
No, yeah, no, and SOS Seekers said it's possibly a Kia Soul subcompact crossover, which is what you were trying to say,
Yes,
right?
yes, I believe so. Yeah. So, okay, I just forwarded it and let me know if you got it. And I didn't want to guess sending an email might be sent to the wrong person. That's why I had to confirm with you. So, who knows?
Okay,
I
Big
might get the same
City
email.
Dan. Okay, with Big City Crime. Thank you. We'll
Now,
definitely.
Don't mention my email, of course, and my
Of course
real
not.
name.
No. No. We are not into doxing people. No.
Okay, thank you. I just sent it just now.
Okay, yeah, he's getting it. Oh wow, yeah, that's quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
I'm the one with an orange shirt.
who is this from? Where did you get these?
I personally the first few videos that I took a snip at was actually
Yeah,
from
I
the
see that.
FBI video, and the second one, the other pics were coming from that juice that he
Okay.
had back in June. So
Yeah, I was just on with
so
him
you
last
see what
night
I
on
mean?
Patriot Pride.
Yeah, I showed one where I didn't have a drawing around it, so you'll know how. Just in case, you might think that I altered it, but I didn't. The only thing I changed there is I put the drawing of a circle where I think the vehicles are. You know what I
Okay.
mean? So,
I
and that's
appreciate
it.
that.
And you can do it yourself. I mean, so in that way, okay, I can see it now. You go to the videos and so.
So Lee, while we have you on the phone or live, what is your theory? Like who do you think possibly did this? If you feel like sharing.
I can't pinpoint specific. I hate you
Okay.
because I really don't have, but I know there's a news law that now when I say family, I'm not saying the A and T. It could be someone else around who are other part of the family, or who is around their circle of friends who knows the family,
Right.
and I think that um, they initially went into the back and walk out to the front. Now that I'm seeing the vehicles in the front. Now, they may have started
Yeah, let me
somewhere,
look at this.
maybe in the garage, and they had moved the vehicles. And when everything ended, the way those vehicles were directed to, they may have gone separate ways. You know what I mean? Because the way it's facing, and well, in my own perception, maybe other people will see differently. It's just me. One vehicle goes to the east, one goes to the west, I believe. Uh, I'm
Yeah, you're
thinking,
saying in your opinion. Yeah, I know. Let's see. How did the car
yeah,
move? Now
so
it's at the end of the steps.
which leads to meaning that there are possibly at least two people involved. And I couldn't see one person when you consider the timing. If you're in a rush, you don't want to be just yourself trying to, do all these things, right?
Right.
And I
She's
think this
these
is
are
like,
credit from Juice. Sorry, Lee. Go ahead.
yeah, no worries. And so I'm just thinking there could be more than one circle of group people who are involved here. Like, of course, there's a mastermind here, but I can't just say family. There could be other people involved other than just the family who they've been acquainted with. So, and because another thing is, I can't say, oh, it is Tommaso, let's say, because if if you're really being careful, would you be the one last person to actually see Nancy?
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
you know what I'm saying? Like, okay,
Right.
if I plan to do something to Nancy, I better not be the last person to see her. You know what I
Oh my
mean?
gosh.
I
So,
mean, we're right. The logical part of your brain
right?
goes, that doesn't make any sense. So,
I don't want to be the last person to be the one dropping her. If that is really the case, if it is really true that he dropped her off
Oh.
as the last person, we don't know. They're saying, I mean, every time the sheriff says, he never says the word, oh, A and T told, we're the ones who dropped Nancy.
right.
He always says family. Okay, who in the family?
Well, the first
And,
video, and I
we
have a
don't
clip
know.
of that. I actually played it, Lee, I think on our first one, but don't watch the first one. I was
Okay.
so nervous on the first two. I was worse than I am today just chatting, but it's embarrassing.
You're fine.
Just so nervous. But anyway, there is a video, and if you can find it, I think it's 857 Tucson, Damien, that actually like edited it where you could actually hear what he's saying, because the raw video of it is very difficult. Like I had to turn my volume all the way up to hear what he was saying. But Nanos did say he didn't say family. He said Annie and Tommaso. And then all of a sudden people were correcting him because he said Tommaso. He was saying Tommaso for a long time. Then it was Annie and Tommaso. And then they said, well, wait a minute, you said it was Tommaso. And then at one point, and he said, well, we're just going with family. I don't know why. And to me, that made it feel.
It almost seems like, yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. It almost seems like he's purposely trying to confuse us, just like how the FBI is trying to confuse us. They don't want the public to solve this, right? It's almost like a pride thing, I guess you could say, right? And
something.
Yeah, they want to confuse us. Well, that's what I'm thinking. So, and definitely this incident seems like it's a planned thing. It had to be a plan. The fact that it went this, but I don't think they knew that this was going to go this far. This magnitude involving international stuff. They didn't. I don't think they knew that was going to go that far. So we have other countries also know about this, and I think it's a rare. I didn't think that Savannah would be that, go beyond our country, and so
that was somebody else
yeah,
that emailed that one in. I don't want to say her name because
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
no,
more people are sending
agree,
the same.
Yeah, it's showing something else similar. Can you see it? I don't know if you can see it from where you are, but it was another vantage point where it kind of outlined the vehicle. She was asking, can you see it? Yeah, no,
yeah, we've been showing them.
Yeah, people are sending us other
That's
stuff
great.
too. So
yeah, if other people are sending, I'm glad. So at least I know I'm not the only one who's seeing it. You know what I mean? So
you're not. Although I will say,
I'm glad.
Somebody in the chat, I think it was something Golden, Quinn the Golden, said, I think I need a few more beers before I can see it.
Yeah.
And I just thought,
my boyfriend kind of said the same thing. Like, okay, what are you seeing? I don't see it, and I have to finally circle it. And but the second one, which is on the Jews, where you see the van, what's more obvious that you could see it. I understand the first vehicle, it was so weird that no one could see that. At least in my, my eyes are different from others' eyes. I'm probably like almost like how, what's his name? Monks Intrigue. He's very good at details.
Yes.
Being that he's an artist. I'm an artist kind of, but not on the drawing side. I'm more like on the music side, the piano stuff. But talking about music here, I was another thing I don't know if there really is. Okay, but in the early stage, Nancy Grace was mentioning there the video where they were talking, there's a black star on this guy's jacket. Right by his left side. It's probably close to where, because of the backpack, maybe,
the straps,
kind of close to it. Yeah, distracting it. But, well, my boyfriend, he actually is the one who brought it up. And I said, yeah, you're right. I go, but it can mean anything in different ways because we're in a music thing, right? So, and he brought up, David Bowie, and he said, okay, Bowie is strange. Black Star is his last album, and he died. Before he died, that was his last album, and it's about someone. If you look at his video, his last album, Black Star, was about about death, because he had cancer, and he made his last video reflecting, his life's gonna be.
Okay.
So being this porch person is sounds like he's kind of cleaned up, prepared. I'm gonna look nice in this, and who knows? Like he probably is on drugs. But anyway, we're thinking, okay, maybe this guy's a musician somewhere in the band who's involved with the family, who knows the family, So, okay, we're thinking, okay, maybe someone in that, a group. I can't say specifically
I
who,
know what you're saying.
but
Yes.
you know what I mean? So,
Yes. Interesting.
um, but you have to look at all the obvious things and you put things together. It would slowly make sense. The public is very smart, I'd say.
Very.
Extremely smart. Because when I'm hearing all these things and you're putting things together, it's starting to make sense. And I think we will start looking, oh my gosh, yes, I think we were right? Something like that.
I think
There's a
so.
large percentage, right? A large percentage of people who've been in the, JLRs, Alex, your channel, and Jews that large percentage are probably right? And so, um, yeah, so, and definitely there has to be two people at least, and probably even three. I can't see. There has to be one who's waiting in the vehicles and one on the front porch and someone on the back, possibly, or inside the house. You know, I had a recent, no, well, not recent, years ago, my kid was just, because I'm a single mom, and my kid was very young back then. And my fault, we were out in the dark late at night on the park. And I'm trying to make this as short as possible. But anyway,
No,
the
take
lady
yeah.
asked for my phone. She asked for my phone. We need your phone. Can I use your phone? And this was like around 9 p.m. I should have not done that. We were in the dark. It was dark and at the park. And she asked, can I use your phone? We're waiting for someone here. We're from Tucson and we're supposed to meet someone here because this was in North Phoenix. I was in a different place at the time. And next thing you know, when I hung the phone, she kicked me, all these things. And, when you have a kid, your first focus is looking at your child and let the person just hurt you as much if their intention was that, to have less focus on the child so they don't take her, hurt her. But anyway, I was like all bruises when I would have handed. But anyway, when, and lucky us, there were 3 or 4 young teenagers who were about to play to come running and said, hey, And so this person walked out, and guess what? We didn't realize there was one car that's parked there. She ran off with another person who was waiting in the car.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. And so what I'm saying is more than likely there has to be a person waiting at least in one of the cars. Maybe even 2 who's also waiting in another car. We don't know.
Yeah.
But so you see what I'm saying? And then from there I never trusted. You need a phone, go to phone booth. Go to a restaurant, something like that. But anyway, and the funny part is these people were from the Tucson, so I found out from the cops that they were after they were waiting for someone for drugs or something like that. They were
Oh.
and yeah, you know what I mean? So yeah, and but this lady, you would think she's all pretty, blonde, nicely dressed. You would not think of all people. So from then on, I just don't trust anyone. So that's my
No, I mean,
short
that kind of
story
stuff
there.
is
There's a lot more, but
scary.
yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff that everybody
Yes.
talks about. Wrong place, wrong time. And I mean, in your case, it was you lucked out,
Yeah.
somebody else
Oh
was.
yeah, and my daughter was only, I'd say, 2 years old. We were like, and I said to myself, what was I thinking? I mean, um, just had to be careful. But that's nothing compared to, of course, Nancy. So I'm picturing her. Oh my goodness, I think
It's awful.
I'm thinking what she had to go through. I'm thinking the first thing that um may have done is probably tie her up through her mouth, because that's one thing you don't want to put attention to is noise, right? So they had to shut her mouth with something on her
I know.
mouth, and then probably start tying her up. to her back, and with no movement and stuff. So it's pretty scary. So more
I
than
don't like
likely they
thinking
had two
about it,
people
and
at least
that's why
carrying her.
I have a hard time
It's very
judging.
scary.
Yeah, it is. It's terrifying.
Yeah, this lady's 5'9", and I'm only 4'11". You know?
Oh, oh
She's
my
there. Yeah,
gosh.
yeah. I had to be on the ground as she kicked me. I said, "Go ahead, kick me, but don't do it." My thoughts was that, go ahead and keep kicking me if you want, but don't hurt my daughter. That's what I had in my head.
Oh
I
my
was staring at her the whole
gosh.
time they were hurting me. Yes, and so yeah, that was like. And after that incident, I was like trembling for several hours. I mean, like literally, like
I don't know
trembling.
how you
It
wouldn't
was like
be.
I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even when as I talked, I was trembling. And it was scary. Like, it's traumatic. Yeah, took a long time. But anyway, I had other incident, but I'm not gonna be. It was a different one, not my fault too. But anyway, um, but yeah. So, and
Well,
I'll
thank you
leave
for
it to
sharing
that.
that with us. I think that's the
Yeah.
problem is that we try, or I shouldn't say the problem. I think it's what's beautiful about being in these groups and these communities and these chats is that we don't just look at it as a random case, or even when we did the Springfield 3 that some people had never heard about. I think you put yourself, the people that we have in our community here that we're building is,
Yes.
I think people become not just sympathetic but almost empathetic. It's like they can imagine themselves in that situation, or may have been in a certain situation that by the grace of God they weren't unalived or injured, or like yourself, you were injured, but thank goodness nothing worse happened to you and your daughter. I think
Oh
we
yeah. My
understand that.
daughter, nothing. Yeah, she definitely didn't have any, around her body. I'm just blessed that it didn't happen. They didn't hurt her, and those boys had showed up quickly. They were like in their,
There was some
14,
chat
15, yeah, high school students.
questions
Yes.
saying that
For Lee? Or
well, just for everybody, they were saying the picture that's a Porsche guy, not the video, but the picture that's from weeks before.
Mhm.
Didn't Nano say at one point that that was the day before or something?
There may have been, but the problem is I think Google let the cat out of the bag when they like released that, we were happy to help, and it was really weird. I wish I could remember the wording of it, but then I went back and looked for it because I was like, no, they said it, and it was completely scrubbed, gone.
Yeah. Well, then and some sort of
Wow.
a
We're
night,
talking about the still photo of the porch guy, Lee, is what we're talking about.
and then some night sky
I
specialist
see.
said the way that lighting is that it was at least 2.5 weeks or something, or he had a date where he thought about where
Right,
the
which would
moon
make
was.
sense with the January 11th versus the 1st. So, yeah, of February. And then I saw somebody else
Yeah.
mentioned also about Lee, you probably remember this too, about Nanos's first interview with that was dark at night, and he kept, and somebody said it, and you are correct. I also saw that interview where it was actually more than once, I believe, that Nano
Sunday
said that he
night.
was out there the night before. And I was like, what do you mean the night before? What are you talking about? This is like your first time
Whoa.
here. It was just very, very strange. Yeah, Patriot
He
Pride is
said the
asking for
night
a link.
before?
I'm so glad Adam's here. Yeah. Yeah. So he kept saying like he was there the night before. And I was like, wait a minute. So we're hearing about it a day later. And then he was like, well, when I was out here last night. So yeah,
So what's
Jennifer
the
and Glenn
night
at the big,
before?
yeah, this is G Ma Tam Tam. Jennifer and Glenn at the beginning, Nonad said he was just out there the night before. Why was he out there Saturday night? I heard the same thing. And I
Whoa.
don't believe he ever
He
addressed it.
slipped.
I don't think he ever, I don't think he denied or accepted that he, claimed that he said it.
Yeah,
I think he just like he does with everything. It's nothing to see here. Keep moving forward. It's like it's
When
just a
did
little
he
rain
say
while the
that?
rest of us are like, no, we're having to row now. And I think it's flooding. No, it's fine.
Did he say that Sunday night that he was there the night before?
Yes. And I heard it and other people
Whoa.
heard it. And then what's weird is
Oh my goodness.
I'm now thinking, Lee and everybody else in the chat, I'm also thinking that there's a strong possibility that that's why that clip is so hard to find.
Yes.
Do we have another person joining?
He has a habit of talking more than what he's being asked for on a question. And the more he talks, it kind of tells you that he could be lying and he's trying to confuse people. I hear a child.
Yes, somebody else is joining.
Alicia.
Alicia.
Hi, Alicia.
Can you hear us?
I don't think we could hear you.
Lee, no, I think that's a very wise assessment of who Nanos' character is. That's very, very wise.
Yeah. So, and
somebody is saying in the chat, Holy Moly is saying that Brian Enton, a lot of people were saying that Brian Enton just did an interview finally with Nanos, that he finally accepted it and said,
oh, he did?
That he's under the impression the FBI has full control over the case now. I know, I didn't see it. I've been so busy today. Did they go back out? Oh, there she is.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
We see you now.
Hi, Alicia.
Why is this not working?
Can you hear us?
We can hear you. It sounds like you can't hear us.
Shoot.
There's so many
She had the
settings
same
on the other
problem as
end.
I had. The reason why I probably is because the privacy settings.
How about now? Can you hear us now?
I can.
There you go.
Hey, we can hear you
Third
too.
time's a charm.
Perfect.
As they say.
How are you?
I'm good. So I didn't know if you got my email of what I was trying to explain or if I could explain it better. But even if you look at the video, if you can follow that rock path on both sides, you know that's her driveway. And if you look at the end, that's where the shadow is. And if you zoom in, you can even see the shadow like of a car on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Glenn's pulling it up.
Who knows?
Maybe this one.
We don't know if it's just two vehicles. Maybe we don't know. What if there were more than that?
So somebody's saying that that clip was scrubbed because he misspoke and they just didn't want it out there. That's probably more than likely what happened. It just still felt weird. You know, when I was out here last night, how do you not know that you were not there the night before? Seems a little odd. Thank you for sending us this, everybody. We really appreciate this. I'm so glad you joined us on the panel. Okay, he's trying to get it to where he can share the screen. Hold on one moment. Is this it?
Yeah, that's the one that I sent you. But even if you play the video, like just the regular video, and you look in that direction, you can see the shadow of that throughout the whole time.
Okay. Let's see if we can do that. That would be probably the longer one, I would imagine.
Yeah, it is.
I wish there was a way to zoom in on it online.
He'll get out of the way here.
Yeah.
I see. I'd have to like look at it like super close. I'm not doubting anybody. I'm literally like the worst person to look at some of this stuff. Like I said, there were these pictures that were really famous in the 90s. They had a bunch of dots, and if you stared at it, you saw a whole picture. I stared at them for weeks and I couldn't see it.
I mean, I did that too. I was like questioning myself, but then like the more I looked into it and I just like looked at the video and then I just screenshotted them and zoomed in. And even with my phone, I can zoom in during a live video. And I was like, that's definitely what I'm seeing.
That's what I'm
going to do. If you follow the path, because you can tell where her driveway is because it's outlined with the rocks.
That's
that
true,
picture is literally at the end of her driveway.
And that would make very logical sense if that's what actually happened. So
I see it now.
Yeah, if you could see it from the back of the porch guy, so more than likely they had to walk her out.
That was the name of those pictures, was pointillism. I'm sorry, Lee. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Just Jaylene just helped my
No, no
brain.
worries.
So yeah, those pictures were called pointillism. Thank you. Okay, sorry, Lee. What did you say? I apologize.
Now, where was it? Chris McDonald from TIR.
Oh, Chris
When
Madonna.
they
I
drove
love
there,
him. Yes.
yeah. Oh my goodness, yeah. So they didn't realize when they finally had driven there weeks ago that the driveway, you think about it, it's not really even that far from the street or even maybe the front porch. The only reason it probably seems like it is because there are, you know, cactus and, you know, plants uh, that's blocking the street between the house and them. But when you are actually there, me and my boyfriend went there on the 21st of February. At that time, I wasn't taking his training seriously, listening, but we happened to be driving there just to go to, on the way to I forgot, Mount Lemon. So at that time, they were just, I think they were just about to put the cones or,
Okay.
Yeah. And if you actually go there, it's not as, not as far as people think between the front door and the street or even through the garage. So,
I saw when he said that,
um,
and I thought that was really interesting because perspective means so much, especially when you're looking at these black and white photos and you're trying to figure out how far
yes,
something is. And when he said that it's not as set back as it looks or appears to be in the videos and photography, then it kind of made me realize that maybe it's not as far as it sounds for them to bring her out and walk her down even to the end of the driveway. It sounded like it would be really far, but after Chris was talking, it's like,
yes. And so
just help him
when
stop.
first,
The Barbara.
yeah, when,
Chris just keeps talking to the point I would confess just to get him stop.
Oh no.
The Barbara, that's funny.
I like Chris.
No, I think her point is that he's extremely convincing and then you're like, I confess,
He's
and I
very
didn't do
thorough.
anything.
Yeah.
Who stole the cookie
Very.
from the cookie jar? Not I. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Adam.
What's up, guys?
How are you doing?
Hey.
I'm doing
Hello,
great. How
Adam.
are you guys doing?
We have Alicia and Lee here. I'm sure you know
I've
one.
been to one of I think I might have, unless I was in 857 and he happened to be there.
We love
For
Patriot Pride.
Alex's
If
school.
anybody is here
I
that's
love it.
new, I guess we have a few people that were not from Patriot Pride, but they are a nonprofit that gives back to veterans that are active military, those that are
Gold Star families.
and Gold Star
because
families.
He is a member of a Gold Star family.
Yep.
Unfortunately, but yeah, doing a lot of good out there for the world.
Ryan King is his nephew. So we're a big military supportive family and we have military members in our family and we just really appreciate everything that they do.
Just gonna put
also keeping the classy chats is nice, Adam. So we were doing that here. I don't know what happened to Major Rammer Jammer. Something must have happened. He was here. He was modding for us tonight. Something must have happened.
I got you. Well, I didn't want to. I didn't want to overtake anything. I just wanted to say you guys are doing a great job and jump on and show you guys some love for just a second and tell everybody that we appreciate all of the Patriot Pride family members coming over and checking you out.
We sure do. Definitely.
You guys had I think another great show tonight. So proud of you guys, and thanks for last night as well.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I can't thank you enough. It was definitely humbling to be invited with all the greats. So I appreciate that. It was a very interesting night. For sure.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Definitely.
I appreciate you inviting me.
Hey, Alicia, how are you doing?
Hi, Adam. How are you?
So it's Alicia. Well. We were saying it wrong. Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
Feel free to correct us when we do it wrong.
Oh no, it's fine. Like I'm used to it.
Wrong.
I was just gonna say, like, just think of it like I don't know if you guys have night vision cameras, but we have like 7 of them around our house. Just think of it like you're looking at your camera at nighttime without any lights on, and the distance that you like. Because in mine, it makes my driveway look longer than what it is.
Yeah.
That's so true. The
Yes.
perspective on it. So, were you able to pull that up again while they're on screen or not? So that we can look. Adam, have you seen this that Lee and Alicia are sharing with us?
Not sure.
I
No,
feel.
I haven't.
Oh, you haven't been in. Okay, I didn't know when you came in. So yeah, it's about. We brought up the white van that we were. One of our comments on there was, I really think you should look into it. And I guess more people are going back. And I've seen bits and pieces and talks about some of this, but they've actually sent us clips from Juice and who else, Alicia?
Oh, I just got mine off of the FBI when they sent that one out and just screenshotted a lot of them.
Yeah.
So this one's compliments of
Exactly.
Alicia and the FBI. Perfect.
Yeah, because the
brightened it
first
up.
video also I took from FBI
Yeah, I just brightened
because
that one. I
just
brightened up,
want-
but the other one I did not.
Okay. He's getting it. Hold on.
This is
Clicking through.
Lee's.
Oh, these are Lee's. Okay.
This one is Lee.
Or this
Jennifer,
one.
really quick, back on that one that I lightened up, is it just me or does it look like that backpack is open at the top?
Let me look.
I think
Yeah,
it
it's
is. I agree.
it's definitely open when he steps off of the porch.
That definitely looks open because normally the handle you would be able to see through it or something, and that looks very odd.
Yeah, you can see it even better in the video.
You can?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I'm feeling dumb now that I haven't looked at it that close.
Don't.
Let me see.
What do you?
No, I was so focused on what he was touching, what he wasn't touching, what he was doing, and then looking to see if there were any identifying marks.
So as he steps off there, you can see it's open.
Well, now I'm looking at it on my other screen too. Let me see. Because all this time I thought that was just the handle, but now.
And if you screenshot that and zoom in on it, you can definitely see it's open.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, because that panel that's zipped is the front panel, not the back.
Right.
Interesting.
I noticed something too. If you look at the shadow on that of so where his feet are, if you follow that, what is the other shadow that's there? Like you see how it's cut off?
Oh, yeah.
What is that? Because if you watch that and keep rewinding it, you'll see that at some point it goes all the way across, but right there it's not doing that.
That is weird.
Why? Yeah, why does it do that?
And if you look I'm trying to like we're facing this. So if you look where his hand is down right now, when he goes off, if you look in that little gravel spot right there, there's something there. I just can't make it out. Like right there when he's stepping off.
Yeah, right there, the shadow.
Yeah.
I think.
There's definitely some shadows around there.
Yeah.
One of my still lingering questions is, what was he bending over for as he's walking back off of there?
Mm-hmm.
Right there.
It's
or is
almost
it just
like yeah,
is
like
it just
it's
for,
looking
right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or is it just for show?
No,
Or
it's
was
like
he
he's
just
looking.
looking
It's
at the
like he's
car?
looking down for something off to the side over there or something. You see? And then he's like, "Oh, there's nothing there. Let me go over here and grab this."
Well, let's stop right there, guys. So this is interesting to me. That if he's inside of there and he has a shadow inside of there, because I'm just noticing this now.
Oh, I know
That's
what you're
very
about to
interesting.
say.
Yeah. So, but if you don't mind, Glenn, back that up a little bit. You see that?
Yeah, what's that
You see a
about?
shadow there. So there has to be a light source somewhere.
See, I
And
thought
when
that maybe there was a car, because you know her driveway's like a U driveway. Maybe there's a car on the other side where we can't see that's shooting that light to make that shadow right there. That's what I was thinking.
Well, what doesn't make sense to me is, so when you see that shadow, it's down and to the left on the porch. But when he steps back off, and this is great because I've watched this thing 100 at least times. Now it's down and to the right when he steps off. So that's a little weird.
Did the FBI manipulate this thing somehow?
I don't know.
It's like impossible now that I'm looking at it. The shadow, it switches.
Unless he has, could it be because of the bite light, guys?
Or there's two light sources.
Like he's using the bite light?
Well, he's using the bite light. It could be the bite light on when he's inside, but when he's going outside, what is that light source bringing? You know what I mean? Because it's
Right
really
there.
bright
Look,
right
it's
there.
here, and then it goes away.
I think that's the bite light because he's looking to find foliage or something to grab to use as the fulcrum to pull that bracket off because his fingers are too freaking fat.
I see it flashing right there.
He
See his
doesn't
mouth?
turn it on. He doesn't turn it on until there. So
Right.
that light tells me that there may be a light on the inside of the house in those two
See, it
side
comes on
windows that
right
are there.
there.
I see what you're saying.
And it actually flickered like he wasn't biting it hard
Okay,
enough.
so never mind. All right. Well, there
So there's
is a lamp. Did you guys see the
Yeah.
lamp?
Yeah. And that's what it could be, is it could be the light source from inside is creating the shadow. And who knows, the interior door may be open at this point. We don't know.
Because you can even kind of see like the light like glaring on his gloves now that you look at now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh, Alicia.
Well, that could be the infrared light from the actual camera
Yeah, they have
illuminating
their
that.
own light source. It is funny how people are still, I saw in the interview room, they all talk about him grabbing the doorknob, but look, it's not the doorknob.
No.
The doorknob is to the right.
It's
It's the bottom of the camera right there.
The shadow thing's
It's
got me
that-
intrigued.
What's her name?
But yeah, if
Jennifer or
you-
somebody?
Who? Oh, Coffin Duffer?
Yeah, she keeps talking about him grabbing the doorknob still.
I'd stop. Like I can't.
Look, you see his muscles moving, he's grabbing and
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it drove me nuts that she kept saying, see, he's touching the doorknob. I'm like, you can see the doorknob. He's not touching the doorknob.
Jen, she's in the chat.
Stop. As if. That's so mean. And
She's-
as if.
she knows people. She's in the FBI.
No, I think she's a very brilliant
What's
person.
he doing
but
there?
that's
Is he
the
like
one
squeezing
thing
it, trying to get it off, and then he realizes he can't?
I need to do
but you
facial
see-
recognition study. Huh.
But you see how what I'm talking about with like the light source, like right there, like beaming up into the archway. Like,
Yes.
wouldn't that mean that there's a light off to, I guess, his backside right now? Wouldn't that mean there's a light off to that side somewhere that's making that shadow, like making that light glow that way?
Well, it was a full moon
Well,
that night,
it's
so it
full
definitely
moon,
could be
yeah,
the
exactly.
moonlight. But
But
that
right-
doesn't account for the shadow when he's inside the porch area because that's an enclosed area.
Yeah, this one's
Mhm.
weird.
Yeah, because
Adam figured that
And-
out because it just.
And where's that Amazon package? Because if
Yeah,
you
there
look,
was
it's
one.
not in
Where'd it
this
go?
video.
It wasn't there that night. I think it was like when Brian Enton walked up. I think they just delivered it. So
Well,
It's so crazy.
well,
Sprinkler
well, if you
repair
look
guy,
whenever he's
Amazon.
stepping off,
stop being
And-
jealous. You guys have spent 15 minutes talking about lights. What's happening? Okay. Someone said there was a drone in there.
Is
It's
English their
open
second
because he
language?
took the flashlight
Jealous.
thingy out of it. Okay, I don't know. Ella's mad at us, I think. Oh well.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Al.
Ella. Sorry, Ella. Chica.
What does that mean, Joe?
We care about the light because the question I think that some people are raising is if there's another person around the corner that may be also using light, or were there lights on the inside? I feel like that changes things too. And to Adam's
Or
point,
another car.
well, to Adam's point, like on the interior of the entryway, I mean, if the front door was open, that would allow the lamp light to penetrate into that entry area a heck of a lot more than just the side light windows. So that's interesting.
Well, wait a minute. There is the side of the doors, isn't it? Isn't it glass?
Yes.
Remember where JLR said they thought they saw a foot, so maybe that's causing a reflection. The glass against some
that's a
light
good
around.
point.
Yeah.
Or again, like I said, you
There's
know,
major ram camera.
that's a security door right there on the outside that we see those knobs on. There's an exterior door behind that, and there's been speculation that that door may have been opened already, and they're waiting on someone to come out, and they're trying to disengage the camera for that person to come out at this point in time.
Let's see if I can.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
You talk about
So
other
this could
streamers
be an
driving you crazy, talking
aftermath
about
or
a handle.
during.
Interesting. I don't think, I guess Ella doesn't like our channel. I don't know. You talk about other streamers driving you crazy, talking about a handle, but you guys are talking about lights.
Well, we're trying to drive you crazy, Ella.
Yeah, the little things matter.
Yeah, unfortunately, in this business, it's all about this
Yes.
mundane little thing, and then something happens, it pops, and then you figure it out.
Yeah, Adam, that's
And I
interesting,
had that,
especially with that security door. I don't know. That's interesting.
I just find it unusual in picking up the plant. I just trying to figure that out. Why?
I think it was when you see him pick it up, I think he was bending it and curving it so that he could put it behind the bracket, because Megyn Kelly did a demonstration on it, and supposedly that gentleman that she had, install it and all that, he said it was the same model. And he said it was pretty easy because it's a magnet, but you have to get your fingers like behind the camera to be able to pull it. So my thought was, I think most of us agree that he's wearing at least 2 gloves. So one on the inside and then the plastic, rubbery one on the outside, a latex. I thought he was using it as a fulcrum to like put it behind it and then pull it off, because he couldn't get his fat fingers on the bottom portion and the top portion to yank it off. That's my thought. I think it was to get a grip, as they would say. But
This is from
that's just my theory. I don't know.
This is the Juice, I think, that sent it early, has it from.
Okay. This is from Juice.
She took a screenshot off of the video from the Juice.
That's the one from Juice. That's the one right there.
Thank you, Lee. Yeah.
Welcome.
Interesting.
You
So
would
somebody's
think, though,
saying that Juice. Oh, sorry, Lee.
I was just saying that you would think, though, that if someone had days or weeks ago had checked out the place and would be prepared to know that he had all the equipment to pull the camera. That's why I was wondering, why would he pick up a plant? I mean, my boyfriend said it's easy to pull the camera.
Yeah.
That's why it's unusual for him to do that. Who knows? Maybe this guy really is on drugs, so that's why he did some unusual things. Such as picking
I
up a
agree,
plant.
Lee. A lot of people have said it's just a strong magnet. It can easily be taken off, and it has to be easy to take off because that particular model, I believe, if I'm correct, has to have batteries like recharged and that kind of thing. So it only lasts so long. So, I mean, I think it would have to be easy to remove. I guess my thought was when I looked at the bracket later, when they, kind of zoomed in on it, it looks like it. Again, I think his fingers were just so fat from these double, triple gloves that he had on. He just couldn't get it behind it. But to your point, so what? What if he just touched the bottom and the top and didn't have to get behind it? You would think it would be easier to pull off than that. I don't know.
Let's see if I can get this.
And then I think Alicia said it, or somebody else had said it too, is that, I mean, why didn't you bring tools?
He's got all this stuff
Exactly.
with him.
Exactly.
Got a backpack full of whatever and not a piece of tape.
And he knows the camera's there from the recon that he did before, allegedly,
Yeah, he was there a couple of weeks before or whatever, you'd think.
I agree. Yeah. Very, very interesting. I'm going to look at those a lot closer after the show. Now I'm going to be obsessed. I'm
Yeah,
going to be
play
up all
around
night
with the
now.
video. Yeah,
I got obsessed for like
exactly.
a week trying to figure this out and like just looking around for little clues.
Good. So I'm not the only one then. It's crazy.
No.
Oh my gosh. I'm curious who installed the cameras. Exactly.
Yeah, that's come up a few times now.
And who,
Yeah.
that's inner strength. She said, and who kept the Nest batteries charged? I mean, there's so many questions I have about those cameras. I don't know if you all, did anybody hear that if it's been confirmed that there was a camera on the top of the casita facing the driveway? Because I know there was one on the top of the casita facing the yard. But
I think there was. I think I remember seeing something that there was one facing the driveway.
How about you, Adam? Have you
may
heard
want to look at,
or Lee? Have you heard of that?
from if you look at Monk's entry,
Yes, that's who I've heard it from.
he has, he's very good at that. They were
Yeah,
very
he's really
clear.
good.
He showed where all those cameras are before they were even changed. So I don't know if they, if part of that 40 minutes that they spent or so was to do something with those cameras. And I don't know how they are familiar with the technicality of a camera. You could break a camera, but they could have still been recording the first few hours or so, because I was getting that information also from my boyfriend, because he's the one, of course, when it comes to the technical side of all the cameras we have 3 different provider of cameras here. So, but he was saying one of them doesn't even have a subscription, but yes, you can still have the recording on the, the first few hours are on in cloud. You could break it, but that doesn't mean you break what was recorded. So, and I'm thinking part of the reason why also the sheriff, when they botched it, they were, or at the same time, also trying to kill time. So those recordings will already be, their thinking may have not been, I don't know.
Yeah.
They're gone after hours.
That's what Glenn said
So,
too. That's what his fear was.
yeah.
Is that they've
It
been
just didn't make any
right?
sense.
You said that.
Why no subscription if you have all those cameras, right? So she has a
I
lot.
mean, my cameras, we don't have a subscription, but if you have the home base or if you have the ones that take the SD cards, everything gets saved.
Exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, we've got ours going to a cloud, and I put little chips and cards in them just to make sure. So I think it
And we
reads the
have
little
the home
card
base.
quicker. So when I pull my phone out, I can get to a camera in 5 seconds.
Yep.
And it warns us. Like if someone comes in, our gate's almost half a mile away. So Amazon or Uber Eats, whatever, I know when they're here because it goes off and then it tracks them even. I mean, the newer cameras are they're amazing now.
That one's tracking even small animals, which is
Well, it has AI. It even says small dog. It says small white dog. It called me
Movement.
elderly gentleman walking by mailbox the other day about returned it. Like, what is it talking
Not
about?
just
I just got an alert that there was an elderly gentleman at the gate, and then he shows me the picture, and it was
I feel like mine goes off like every 5 seconds because of like the little like gnats or whatever they are, the little fly things that go around lights.
Yeah, there's usually a setting you can tone it down a little bit, lower the sensitivity.
I don't want to do that though.
I know, because then you're like, what am I missing?
I want to see every elderly gentleman that comes by.
Yeah, I don't mind saying that ours are Rio Link.
I think I have a 360 degree angle of every spot. Like I could literally 360 around my house.
Yeah. And then some of them we have are cellular, so they're 4G, so that there's no cord to cut or whatever. You steal it, it's going to go off wherever.
Yep.
So.
But like
And then
the
the
people in
floodlight.
the chat are saying that she didn't have a subscription, but let's see what else. There's a couple other comments.
Well, I've got to
Finding
go,
neither.
Jennifer.
What's that?
I've got to go. My babies are trying to
Okay.
get
You're
ready.
like, Mom, thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you,
Thank you
Alicia.
so much and this was great information. I really appreciate it. I feel naive. I'm glad I have it now.
Yeah.
Thank you for
You're
sharing
welcome.
It's good to see
My
you.
daughter
Says
says
again.
hi.
Hi.
Have
Say
a
hi,
good
sis.
evening. Oh, there.
Hey.
Mhm.
Thanks for letting us borrow your mom for a minute and her tech advice. We
yeah,
appreciate
of course.
She's like, I'm used to it. Everybody calls her for help.
Bye.
All right. Well, bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye. That's so cute. I love it.
Guys, I'm going to jump off too. I just wanted to come in and say hello for a second.
Yeah,
All right. Well, thank you, Adam.
It's getting their time. I can't believe it's
Yeah, wow.
11:30. Wow, everybody's stuck in there.
Bedtime.
I
We're
think
losing
it's-
people now. They're like,
I think it's one of those things we just can't stop
I'm gonna
thinking
be
about
dropping off too. Yep.
all right, Lee. Well, thank you so much for stopping by and hope we hear from you again next
Welcome.
time.
Nice to meet you, Lee.
Blessings, y'all. Yes, of
it.
course.
Thank you, Lee.
Bye,
Adam.
Lee. And then there was one.
Oh my gosh, we're so lucky to
gonna
have
move 'em
everybody.
over
And thank you for stopping in, Adam. We appreciate it.
Of course. Yeah. I just wanted to say again, another great show. You guys do a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
We're trying. We're trying to up our game with the kind of information we're getting. And I mean, today, I was saying we got to do some show prep, like we're professionals. I'm like, what else do you say? You start sounding like a nerd.
Adam, we don't know how
It's
you
all
do it.
day long. We were just trying to figure some
You
stuff
and
out.
Mike and your awesome shows. We don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I thought you just popped on your show and it was easy. You make
Well,
it
for
look
Mike
so
it is.
easy.
For Mike, it is. I can tell you that.
Well, yeah. He's all lounging out over there in his bikini.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He's got to show
But
up and do something funny every once in a while.
people don't understand how much goes into these shows. If you have content that you're bringing out there other than just a discussion show, there's a lot that goes into it.
Just even though, oops, sorry, I just covered you up. Even though the
nerds rule.
Nerds are rule. Even though you have the equipment and you're using the same equipment over and over, you do like get something new every once in a while, or the equipment you've been using. I was telling her today, I go, sometimes I feel like it's never the same thing twice. Like everything's working great and I have a little Stream Deck. I hit the button and I'm like, the button's not working. Like from the random. And then you realize we're not Fox News or NBC or CBS where they have their little buttons probably, a lot more expensive and commercial grade.
Well, and producers and yeah. Gosh.
Well, just the equipment alone. But yeah, then coming up with the stories and then people yelling at you in chat because you skipped over their question, how rude you are.
Or looked at lights.
But we're trying. We don't want to make anybody
That's why
mad.
there's chocolate and vanilla.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Hey.
And she may be saying something that a lot of people
I personally
feel.
like Neapolitan, so.
Well, you guys are doing great, and we love you guys, and thank you for all your support for Patriot Pride. And again, congratulations on you guys are well past 1,000 subscribers now, so great job.
Yeah, we are. We like it, and I got the barbecue sauce and rub today, and I've got plans, man. May not be on the next few days. You're on your own, Jen.
Well, if you need any tips, man, give me a call.
I'll do it. I appreciate it, Adam.
Thank you so much for stopping by. That was really nice of you. I mean, I don't know how you got any sleep today. I'm thinking that you just don't sleep. So,
yeah, I don't sleep a lot.
Well, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
Good night.
Night.
And then there was just
us.
two, I guess. Yeah. Oh,
Thank
wow.
you
Look how big
so
our
much,
faces are on
everybody.
here now.
Yeah, that's a little too zoomed in. Maybe.
Sorry. You have to look at us a little closer now.
Yeah, to end the camera discussion, it is a little interesting because from what we've heard from other people, we've seen other streamers report about it. There would have at least been some sort of alert or a thumbnail that she would have been able to see. But then I try to play, devil's advocate. And I asked my sister, I said, what do you think? She goes, it may have been like an app on her phone that she didn't use. She may not have had it set up to alert her. Maybe it was a folder she had to open. This is where I lean to you for the tech stuff because
Well, like the holy moly. I love these names.
I know.
I have to go change my personal one now to be something funny. So that is a very good thing. Holy moly's point is well taken, and I don't get it either. Like, especially being Savannah's daughter and elderly and in a neighborhood like that. Not that it's a bad neighborhood, just it's not near anything. You're kind of out there. They should have had access to all that. Like, I don't know. Someone said a couple nights ago, if you fall down, they should know. She was already issues walking. She couldn't go to the mailbox some days. So, and I know they were making plans. I'm not judging them as I think about it. I don't want to judge anybody. I mean,
I was bossing your mom around.
right, and she will have none of it. So maybe it was one of those issues. And
that's who we need on. We need to get your mom on to answer some questions.
Oh, gosh.
She's hilarious. His mother is hilarious.
Yeah.
I love his mom.
That would be a whole other channel.
But yeah, I think, I think it's real easy to judge from our sofas in our own living rooms when we have our own family dynamics that may be complicated, and it's not a neglect situation. It's not an I don't care situation. It's I'm stubborn. There may be a stubborn family member that you don't want to take away their independence. You try to communicate that no, this is just about being safe. And sometimes it's not in your control to change the situation, right?
Just Jaylene, that's a good name. It's Just Jaylene.
I know.
Everyone wants to one up their name. You can't change your names now because, well, at least don't change your little avatar because we won't know who you are.
No, I think I think if nothing else, we hope we all learn from this. I think,
oh my God, that was from Monday night.
Glenn, you are never living it down. Thank you, Sikorsky. I'm so glad somebody's holding him accountable. It's hilarious. Other people are going, what is happening?
It's like, I like them or whatever it was.
Well, Inner Strength said, and all older people need a life alert. Well, somebody else said in the chat the other night, and I thought that was very insightful, was that sometimes that's the I'm old waving at you. And a lot of people don't like the connotation of feeling that, which is why I think most people, including Nancy, had an Apple Watch. The problem with the Apple Watch and having a pacemaker is it's literally, I don't know if some of you had seen that, but I had a pacemaker diagram graphic that it's on their website that they do not recommend that you sleep with the Apple Watch on because of the magnetics. There's something with the magnetism and the pacemaker that it can interfere with the pacemaker potentially. Yeah. So they don't recommend that you wear it to bed because if you curl up and your watch is next to your pacemaker, it could cause issues.
I did a deep dive on that earlier, and that surprised me because I'm like, they can't, in today's technology, have a piece of equipment that works and so important. Or Apple didn't come up with a watch that you really shouldn't wear and there's a lot of pacemaker.
Well, I guess the alternative is that life alert, but who wants to be, the memory that we all have from the 90s of
I wear my Apple Watch every night because it tells me everything. I had good sleep, how my heart rate was, temperature.
I think the point is that we can all judge at some point and feel very judgy. Like, why didn't they do this? And Savannah had money and she could have, paid for all of this. How do we know that Savannah didn't offer and her mom's like, I'm not doing that?
Yeah.
I mean, at some point.
I think they were making plans. It sounded like she was trying to sell her home and ran into some issues with some things that needed addressing. And then she had the new roof and air conditionings and spiffed it up a little bit. And she was probably ready to put it back on the market. Maybe they should look at whoever comes forward wanting to buy it.
Stop. That's not even funny, but the Apple Watch does call 911. Somebody said that.
Does?
Yes. So Preston's old teacher put it all over Facebook about what happened to her. She was wearing her Apple Watch. She left her phone inside. She was doing some yard work. And when she turned around, somehow in the yard, she tripped over one of her apparatus that she had out there, that she had out there and broke her hip.
Oh.
And when she fell, it sent an emergency alert to every person in her emergency contact and it said, like big fall or something like that. and it also was able to alert emergency services. So, I mean, there is that,
Well,
but again,
keep in mind though, the Apple Watch, there's several different versions now, obviously, but there you can get like this one. I actually have the cellular service for it, so I can call from my watch without my phone being around.
that may have been what she did. Maybe
Yeah,
she
well,
didn't call 911.
or
Maybe
maybe it was connected to Wi-Fi or something. Who knows? I don't know how
Maybe.
that works, but I don't know why like the cellular thing matters, and it's another $10 a month or something. And I'm like, I never use my phone to make a call, so I don't know what the benefit is other than that. But
What's the number to 911? That's a dad joke.
oh well, look what someone said. I don't know. Call 411. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm so glad that there's some corny
I'm
people
gonna
in
use
here
that
like
one
us.
later.
Yes, we are so using that. That is hilarious. I know from other channels. I know. Julie Bug, I saw you last night on Sikorsky's replay.
Answer no one.
And I love Sikorsky. That was the most I think you said at some point that you wanted to be like everybody sitting down at the lunch table together. And I was like, that's what it felt like. It felt like somebody just invited you to sit by them. I loved it. It was great.
There's a lot of interesting channels on YouTube that you watch and go, I don't know why. I can't turn it off.
I know.
And then later you're like,
I'm now brushing my teeth, listening to people. Okay, Debbie Niner fan. Yes. I've often wondered that to electrical frequency somebody put up there.
affects everybody. Even without a pacemaker, each organ has its own different frequency.
Interesting.
Oh yeah.
Love your
Yeah, the whole
humor.
frequency
Oh,
thing
thanks,
is
Denise.
weird.
Somebody thinks we're funny together. Our kids don't. What do they call us?
Costanzas?
Yes.
Not them, everybody.
You know, it's really sad when you get older because we used to be called adorable things like Chandler and Monica because we were friends first. It's like, you guys are like Chandler and Monica. And now our kids are like, you guys are like the Costanzas.
And
I'm
then
like,
Glenifer, because it's Glen and Jennifer.
yeah, that's true. Jeez.
Ugh. And now
That was your
but we're
Italian
not
friend,
that,
though.
the Costanzas were older than we are. We're not that old.
That was Luca, though. I loved it when he goes, Glenifer. I need to, Glenifer, come over here with his accent. I can't do his Italian accent. It was amazing.
One of my good friends is English is his second language. He's from Italy. He's a wonderful.
Oh, Jenny, that's so nice. It said that ours was at the top of the ones that it showed her tonight. And
Really?
I watched you on someone else's channel last night. Oh, well, thank you for coming by. I really appreciate that. Yep, this is only our 5th episode. And we already have over 1,000 people. And it's awesome. I can't believe this.
I literally said, if we get 1,000 the first year, it'd be nice.
Yeah, everybody said, wait, it's going to take 6 months to a year. I mean, it'll be hard, but thanks to Adam and Mike and
We just wanted at least 5 people in the chat so that we could have them call in and have some sort of a round table, at least with 2 or 3 of them. And then we have, almost 400 a couple times. But Monday nights, that's today, right?
yes,
So last Monday,
today is Monday, all day.
we weren't
Well,
sure if Monday nights was a good night
more
because it's, your first day of the work week. And I don't know. But we felt like it was a good night because a lot of the bigger streamers aren't streaming Monday night. Am I right?
That's true. And I think I also tried to pick nights that I was feeling like FOMO, of like I wanted, or maybe it's not FOMO. What's a better term for it? Like I would sit home on Saturdays and we're kind of
Carol and
boring
Billy.
now. We don't go anywhere. It's like, 10 o'clock is like, where's my fuzzy socks and comfy blankets? Time to settle in. And I would look for channels to watch and it's like, oh, they're not on Saturdays. They're on Sundays. I'm like, we should be on Saturdays. Maybe people would be like us and just want to chat.
Saturday was like a blowout. That was good. Yeah.
Do you need me to program it in your phone at Just Jaylene? Oh, 911. I found you on Patriot Pride last night, so I was happy to see you live tonight. Tony Lynn, thank you.
I hope everyone
that was
subscribes. If you're not subscribed, please do that.
That was an interesting show last night. I will say that.
Hit the like button too. We're supposed to ask for that. I feel stupid going hit the like button and button and subscribe. But
because then you feel like the pick me.
yeah.
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 Last night was interesting. I was very thankful that, Adam and Mike had me on, and I was really honored to be asked. I mean, with Alex and Juice, I thought that was amazing that I was asked, and I really appreciated it, and I felt honored to be there. And I thought it was interesting that Richard even knew who I was, so that was nice, and he was very polite to me. And um, I don't know if any of you are just now joining and didn't hear at the beginning. Somebody asked me how I felt about last night, and I'll just say I think my problem is my personality type is the type that I have to stick to mostly facts with a dash of theory. I can't be all theory, no facts, and the facts that I have are so far, I mean, that's been given to the public is that
Thank you, MAGA Mama.
is that Richard's family has not been interviewed or detained or anything else. So, there's people that have theories that it was the Clintons. There's people that have theories that, it's very high up government involved. Who am I to say it's not? I don't know. I don't know who did it. And somebody told me that they don't like when I say I don't know. I guess I'm just going to have to say.
The problem is that I don't think I'm slow. I think I'm pretty smart. I mean, I don't know. Everybody feels like they're smart probably, but I don't know. I figure stuff out enough to get around in the world. And when Richard talks, it's so confusing to me. It's so above my brain power.
Yeah, I think I saw Sikorsky just said, do you feel like you were able to understand more? Not really.
Not for me. I think Jennifer did.
I like puzzles. I like trying to understand. I call it thinking backwards. I think most of us are A, B, C. We have to do things in a certain order. And then there's special people, and I can think backwards on some things. And for him, I think he's one of those people that would have no problem with a 3D model of a cell and being able to understand which side he was talking about. I would have to go, whoa, let's slow this down. So I wouldn't say that I completely understand. I appreciate the amount of time and the amount of effort that he's taken into understanding the ciphers and trying to figure it out, and the potential of it being linked to all of this.
He does have some people that are, I call them haters. Everyone does. And he has people that really like him. And that's what makes him completely the same as the rest of us. People hate him, people love him, people hate us, people love us. It's the same.
That's why you have chocolate and
So I don't have a feeling one way or the other. I don't hate anybody. But I hear him say things like the cipher, and then I get confused, like, what is that thing? It looks like a cartoon advertisement for a burger chef or whatever it is. So it just goes above my brain's willingness to absorb it, I guess. And that's on me, not on him.
Well, no, I think you're like many. I saw a lot of people in the chat. I'm seeing Sikorsky, I'm seeing Jenny saying a ham sandwich, saying, I love the ham sandwich. I don't know why that made me giggle.
Changing my name.
Me too. I try to understand after watching a few times, and it makes a bit more sense. And then Sikorsky was saying, just can't follow him, but I would like to be able to. And I think you said something about Sudoku. I loved those word searches. Like, I won't lie. I'm going to tell something that I haven't told. I have one of the giant ones that are for adults. Because on car trips or something, when I need to like not doom scroll, I'll, do something like that. I just feel like it makes my brain think. So that's what it kind of reminded me of. But I can totally see how other people are like, I'm out. Like, you lost me at this symbol means this. And Burger Chef, what? So I can understand why it was frustrating and outlandish. I mean, even Richard said that. He gets it. I think for me, it was more about respecting somebody else's theory, and listening to it, and respecting the fact that Adam feels like there's something there. Mike feels like there's something there.
How dumb a lot of people are going to feel when if he ends up.
I mean, we may be the ones, he may have the last laugh, and we just didn't see it. So maybe it's like the pointillism paintings.
Yeah, we weren't raised in evil, and I think he claims he was, and that can definitely. You're living in a different world.
I could feel the pain. I could feel the shame. If he's listening, then I could be wrong, but I felt like I could feel the shame and the pain and the fear of not being understood. And I think that's all of us. I think all of us are fearful that nobody's going to understand us or judge us for something we said in a moment for the rest of, our lives. But
yeah, what Country Girl says there, yeah, that's what a lot of people are like. And I feel like that's exactly what Richard feels like too.
what did she say?
If his family was responsible for that, why are they not locked up? Well, I think that's his frustration, is what his point is.
Well, his point, and I know some people were zoning out or tuning out because it's a lot. It's a lot. I think his point was that he has tried multiple times to reach out to law enforcement and alert them that this is what he thinks happened, and they haven't responded. But then again, whether you believe him or not, there have been people in our own chat that have said that they've called, reported tips, and then this person didn't explain what kind of tip they turned in, or I think it was actually their friend, and they said that their friend did not get a response for 4 months. So I don't know. I think there's frustration.
Don't get me started on the tip line.
Yeah. So I don't know that it's about being smart or not smart or being able to see it or not see it. I think for Richard, it's about being able to speak it and just having somebody to listen. And I think all of us can admit that we've been in that position, whether it was a bad relationship or something else that's gone on, that we just feel like we're doing this. And we have somebody that's trustworthy on the other end that's like, I don't understand what you're going through. I don't even know if I have advice, but I'm here and I can listen. And I think that's maybe
it's like having that dream where you're running and you're not getting anywhere.
Yeah.
It's like nothing's fair.
That's
everything's against you. And how does the world treat me like that? It's weird.
Yeah.
I hope that it all gets figured out for him and he gets his justice that he deserves.
Well, I think he had a rough start being on another streamer's site and it did not go well. And I get it. I've seen it. It was very uncomfortable. There was a lot of things that were uncomfortable, but I don't know that any of us have a playbook on how to deal with something like this, especially if it was a family member. But I was just honored to be asked. I thought it was nice that they asked me. I didn't.
Well, yeah, it wasn't your show and it wasn't your guest. You were just there to.
Well, and I don't know how you ask questions about things that you don't quite. It's a different, like you said, it's a different plane of understanding. So I was just happy to listen and process. And what I processed out of it for myself is that there's just not enough there for me to, if you heard my analogy before about those little triangle puzzles with the pegs, it's like you have to jump over one and remove one and it's gone and you just hope you're on the correct path to winning. I can't remove the peg for a lot of things. And in this case, I'm not willing.
Are we going to Cracker Barrel after this?
No, I have one of those.
Of the games?
I feel like I just can't. I can't jump on the train of that it was his family because I just don't see enough that connects for me. But like Glenn said, I mean, we could all be very surprised in the end of this. I don't think any of us.
He's very detail oriented and he wants to explain it. And like he keeps saying, it would take him a month probably to go into the depths of the details that matter.
Well, yeah. I mean, Cass Runner just said, he said someone was connected to the government, so maybe they will never investigate it. And I think that's the point. He feels like it's one big nightmare that he can't get out of. It's like, can you imagine? I mean, let's just put ourselves in his position that we feel very confidently that we know who did it. And we want them caught. And we feel like there's been evidence of them being a serial one. I can't imagine the frustration of feeling like no one will listen to me. No one will believe me. And because it goes so high up, no one will ever believe me. So having said that, I can't imagine. I can't imagine what he's going through. I just can't jump on the bandwagon at this point in the case of thinking that that's where we're at. But
well, I can't figure out what I'm still kind of like thinking about the question in the very beginning of the show from, what was it? I'm a quilter, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What's your top theory? Yeah, we all have like 3 or 4 that it could be. And every time I go, this is what I think, then one of the details pops up like, well, there was blood all over the front porch and they checked and it's hers. So it couldn't have been where they carried her out the back, and it's like my stuff keeps changing. So,
Right. Well, and that's kind of what he talked about. I mean, I respect him, and I thought it was very, very brave for him to come on, especially to a forum like YouTube, where we all know that there's a lot of people that are not very nice. So I don't know. Yeah, somebody said he was very calm and nonchalant. I think sometimes people like exit their body so that they can tell a story, and they can't feel it, because if they feel it while they're telling the story, it's too much. So I don't blame him for being calm and nonchalant, because
and
what do they call that? They
he's a
call that
grown man, and he knows
disassociating.
that he's going to have haters and all that, of course, and that's just part of the deal. But he needs to just look beyond that and not worry about it.
Yeah.
Like,
He was very kind to me.
we get haters in our chat, and it drives you crazy more than it would me. I don't
doesn't-
care. Like,
It's not that I
been alive too long to care too much about it.
but I think I need to explain that I don't feel offended by people's
Oh, certainly not.
critiques.
We'll have
I
500
want
people say they
critiques.
love you, not in here, just in life. 500 people love you, and that one person goes, "What are you wearing?" Or just something weird, and me, not you, just people in general. That one negative outweighs the 500 positives. That's just
I
the
say
human
that all the
condition.
time. It's real easy advice to give to somebody else, but when it smacks you in the face, it just feels gross. And it's more about, I would never want to disappoint anybody. I would never want anybody to think that I wasn't fair or I was disrespectful. And if anybody ever thought that, I mean, it would cut me to the core. So when I see things that feel like they think that I've done that, it's more about, oh my gosh, like, how do I fix that? And then Glenn will be like, you can't. Because most people that know you and get to know you would not think that, or about us. So I know it's about getting thicker skin, and this is just a different forum, and we'll get used to it.
Well, we
But
got more people coming in now, but we really need to get going because we have to
Thank
show
you.
prep for Wednesday.
I know we could stay here all night with you guys.
gotta
We
get
really
to
appreciate.
work.
How many people are still in here now that we're just
284. It dropped to like 230, and then
wow.
it's always like this midnight push. And we're in Central Standard Time.
Well, there's people like me that are night owls, and it's just nice to hear some chat. So humans are judgmental. All that matters is what you and God think of yourself.
Yeah, we like to watch.
Sanaya,
Well,
thank
I
you.
do.
I feel that same
the
way.
YouTube on our TV, and I know that just a year ago it was like 70% of people watch YouTube on a phone, 30 on TV, and now it's already. The last thing I saw was about half and half. It just kind of depends.
Do I keep calling you someone? It's Rhonda, Jen. Inner strength. Well, because sometimes I don't have my readers on, and the chat portion is bigger than your names. So I apologize if I don't read your names. Inner strength, you've been awesome. And I think I said that earlier. I've seen you in other chats, and I love, love, love your commentary.
Rhonda, Jen.
It's Rhonda. Okay, Rhonda, inner strength. Thank you so much. Yeah, no. And
Maybe I'll
Julie
come on
Bug.
myself Wednesday. You're causing too much trouble over there.
What? Oh yeah, because what did I called poor Danny Lynn or Danielle. It was Danny.
That's what I needed to talk
the
about.
Dog.
So she came on earlier and said she's going to have to rewatch this later. So if you're rewatching this and it's tomorrow now, which would be Tuesday.
Yeah.
Hey. So
Hi, Danny.
she came on and said, I got to go because I
Danielle.
got a date or whatever. So I'm thinking
We need
we
to
could
know
be
how
on
the
long
date
enough where she gets back on or whatever. So who knows? But then like 30, 40 minutes later, she was back on making a comment. I'm like, well, the date didn't go well. But then I think she left like she was getting ready.
Well, and then Just Jaylene said, I'm doing homework. Good. So we're just keeping you busy, keeping you company while you're doing your homework. I hope we're not. We're distracting. That's
Homework
why Juice.
for what?
Yeah, homework for what? Linda said that's why Juice was so confused and hurt when he was arrested. He puts his heart. That's exactly right. And I think I consider myself a good person. And it would hurt me to the core if somebody thought that I hurt them.
Didn't he have a court hearing today or an appearance?
I think that's what we're waiting to hear. This is so ridiculous. All of those charges
know what
need to
happened?
be dropped.
Well, they're allowed to be out there. Then all of a sudden, 1 minute you're not, and instead of telling them, they just arrested him. Like that was 1 second to the next.
Yeah, if anybody knows.
If there's a law and you're breaking it, okay, I get it, but you're not allowed to stand in the street.
I knew you were joking, Rhonda. See, called you Rhonda. Help.
Oh
Rhonda.
no!
I'm sorry.
No more earworms. The other night you did that
Sorry,
one. I'm not
Rhonda.
gonna tell you what it was. I wake up in the morning with the earworm still going in my head.
You will, if you guys stick around long enough, if you like the show and you stick around long enough, you'll realize that I have a movie or a song for pretty much any situation.
And I have a Frasier episode or scene from the show Frasier
Yes.
for everything.
We're addicted to Frasier. It's a
I
thing.
watched it when it first came out, actually on network TV, and now I watch it in reruns on Paramount. I don't know, every night for 10 years. I know all of the. Oh no,
it didn't get dropped. He has another court hearing now. Thank you, Tony Lynn. Yikes!
Oh, come on!
Come on, this is like ridiculous. Debbie Niner Van Juice has to go back next month. Yes, it got reset.
See, dragging it out is even worse to me because you can't relax.
Well, we need to let Major Rammer Jammer go to bed. It's midnight. He was up last night too.
Sorry,
I'm
Rammer
so
Jammer.
sorry.
Major Rammer Jammer.
Thank you so much. If you're new, I don't like talking about death and doom and gloom and then just being like, good night with smiles. It just doesn't feel right. I feel like we should have kind of a reset before we say goodnight. So I try to end the show with something happy and a feel good is what I call it. So let's see. Oh, Crystal says, so I have a song for everything too. Oh, thank God I'm not the only one. So we go live, Debbie Niner Fan, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday is what we're doing now. And we're
trying to do 8, for a couple hours, but it's been 4 hours from 8.
Wednesdays, we're trying to do 7 p.m. Central because of Patriot Pride. We don't want to miss Patriot Pride. So, yeah, good night, Jim. Jim, you stuck around. Thank you so much. Okay, you guys go sub to Jim. I love Jim's and Sikorsky. These are the channels that I know right now. Anybody else have channels that they want us to follow? If you've got some content, put your name in the chat. And next time I'll be a little more organized and be like, where are you from?
Yeah, I noticed some streamers are like, I don't want you mentioning other streamers in my chat or whatever. And they get all huffy. But I'm like, why would that affect them?
I think we all watch them. And I appreciated when people shared,
that's how we got started.
Awesome content from other people. And I feel like there's a lot of really good information. And look, we're not the experts.
Well, it's all about
detectives
trying to figure this out. And it takes everybody everywhere from every corner of the planet.
Yeah. Oh, I'm live tomorrow night if anyone is interested. Jim, I'm excited. What time? Yeah, Major Rammer Jammer's asking too. Well, okay, my grandson is coming to visit me tomorrow. He calls me Tony, stop.
Graham cracker.
Oh, my heart.
Graham cracker.
Oh
no.
My niece used to call her grandpa Grambo. Grambo. It was so cute. I love graham cracker.
Anyway, what you were saying was we always have a little feels good thing at the end.
Feel good. Okay, 9 p.m. Eastern, Jim. We will be there.
So that's 8 p.m. Central.
Yep.
That's a good time.
Oh, well, we'll be, tomorrow night. So that's perfect.
Yep.
Okay, well, here's my feel good I found for tonight. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, but it's so freaking cute. It's an orangutan that wants to see the baby and was pointing at it. Isn't that the cutest? Oh, I just love it. Anyway, thank you all so much for joining us. We really appreciate all of you. And thank you for the amazing support, the emails, the tips. Alicia, now that I'm not calling you Alicia anymore, thank you so much. And Lee. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Please sub so that you get the notification when we're coming on. We'd love to have Lee back on and Alicia for sure.
Yeah, and Mab, thank you, Mab, for those. And we understand everybody shared with us that came primarily from DeJuice and also from Big City Crime. Used to be Big City Dan. We love that show. So thank you everybody for sharing all of that. And I really appreciate it. Be sure and like and subscribe if you want to see us next time, because that's our shameless plug.
And don't forget,
the views and opinions expressed on this program are for entertainment and informational purposes only.
I mean,
we appreciate it. We kind of have to do that. So, but thanks, guys. We really appreciate it. Have a good night.
And
See you
remember,
Wednesday.
please like and subscribe.